The other day, I was looking at this list that you can see to the right of me, which includes all of the classic Game Boy games. So this was the Game Boy filler list that I had done a few months back. And, you know, there are some true classics in there. You know, Bubble Ghost, of course. All-time classic. You know, Tetris, Super Mario Land, Tailgater. You know, We Determined... Well, I say we, it could have just been me. But yeah, We Determined that these games are among the greatest games to be released for the Game Boy. And I ended up ranking 108 of these. So you go down towards the middle of the list. You know, you got classics like Yar's Revenge, The Kotal Ultimatum, Pinball Revenge of the Gator, Shisenshou Matchmania, Clax. Of course, you've got to have that, because there is always time for Clax. And of course, you go down a little bit more. Painter Momo Pie, whatever. Barai Fighter Deluxe, Crystal Quest, Boomer's Adventure in Asmic World. Even got a bit of Saturn in here with Dan Laser. And Street Rider down here as well. Oh yes, gotta have chess on your Game Boy. It's essential. Yeah, Chess Master, which is somewhere on this list. Somewhere in the middle. Yeah, here it is. A top 40 game, according to the Game Boy Filler series. But this is Game Boy Killer, where we're going to tear up this list. Actually, no, that'd take too much effort. We're going to modify this list. We're going to add some killer games onto this list. Because, you know, you go down on here, you know, you see the likes of Wizards and Warriors Chapter 10, Amazing Spider-Man, Mario and Yoshi, Koi wa Kakahiki, Versus Battler. And these games are all in the top 100. Versus Battler doesn't belong anywhere near a top 100 anywhere in the world. Unless there are only 100 games ever released on the Game Boy, it doesn't belong on there. It just doesn't. It is a bad game. And it being in the top 100 is incorrect. So I've decided I need to go back and amend this list to make it more correct. Because, you know, when Coro Dice is in your top 100, that is a work in progress. You know, there's no way that is final. And you can take a look at the bottom of the list. So bad that there is only air below these bottom few games, you know. Pre and Tasmania Story, games that no sane person would ever choose to play. But there you are. So let's make our way to the GameCube. See this cube on your screen? It is generated with the power of the Nintendo GameCube. Yeah, which can play such classics as Metroid Prime, Mario Party 6, you know, everyone's favourite Mario Party, and Mario Party 7. Yeah, it is zoomed in for a reason, you'll see why in a bit. Mario Smash Football, which is not a Smash Brothers game, but it's got Mario and it's got football. F-Zero GX, of course, you got to have that. Smash Brothers Melee, because, I mean, if you got a GameCube, you got to have Smash Brothers on it. But we're not here to play Smash Brothers. We're here to play with the Game Boy Player. One of the best pieces of hardware ever created. So, let's get the first multicart out. So, these first few multicarts I'm going to show, these are not actually ones that I streamed in Game Boy Filler. Because the games were... Well, the filler games on them were ones that I just covered on other cartridges anyway, so there wasn't really much reason to show these at the time. But here are the ones that I hope to showcase today, to at least some extent. So we've got this Super 30-in-1, which I bought back in 2011, I think, from a second-hand shop for £1. The label is a bit worse for wear, because I've played it somewhat... Oh, Yeah, dropping it's going to help, isn't it? We've got this Super 32-in-1, which you won't be able to see on this camera, but we've got that. We've got the Matchless 23-in-1. Looking forward to that one. But, well, there's one that I want to get out of the way, because I'm not really going to be able to use this one for the series. So this is the Ture Colour 32-in-1, which is basically, yeah, it's got 32 games. No, sorry, it's 21 games. It's got 21 games to flow, including all of your favourites, like Megura Depon, Koiwa Kakahiki. I'm lying. They did not make that mistake and include that game on there. But no, they did include Pitman, as opposed to Cat Trap, the correct version of that game. But hey, at least they got some tennis on there. So, you know, could be worse. But let me see if I can actually get this to work at all. Fingers crossed. Here we go. So this is what happens when I put this cartridge in. See, it looks okay. Yeah, just plays a funny sound and then crashes. I can occasionally get this to work for about 5 minutes. So let's see if I can do that. Let's try this at least a few times, because I do want to at least show off this cartridge a little bit. Yeah, here we go. So yes, Ture Colour 21-in-1. Like I say, I'm not really going to be able to use this one, and you'll see why. So if we go to Sonic 6, so these are the games on here. Now, normally I would cover the first 8 games. The rest of them are the filler games I've covered previously. Also, get a load of the amazing menu theme. This is awesome. But, yeah. Netto, King of Fighters 97, Go-Go Monster, Wheelboat Special, Bugs Bunny, Sonic 6, Sonic 5, UU4, and Buster-Boo 3. I will end up covering some of these games, but not all of them. Because I don't have all of these games on other cartridges, but I'll go to Sonic 6. Because I don't think we'll get to see this one again, unfortunately. This is one that I would like to cover. But yeah, Sonic 6 on the Game Boy. Let's see if I can actually play this one long enough to rank it. Yes, brought to us by Sonic World. I'll bet it is. You know, the totally legitimate company, Sonic World. Amazing logo right there. I think a second picture appears if you just leave it on the title screen for a while. Also, yeah, you may recognise this song as not being a Sonic piece of music. I guess all music is Sonic in a sense, but, you know. Here's this random picture from Sonic 3D Blast for reasons. Okay, let's actually play this. So, you know, Sonic going off to the forest. Here we go, Forest Zone. My favourite Sonic Zone, of course. Was Sonic in Looney Tunes? I don't remember that episode. But, as you see, it's a fairly rudimentary platformer featuring Sonic, in which, for some reason, he has to collect cheese. You know, because that's famously what he collected in all the other games. Oh. See if I can get the jump. There we go. Oh, okay. But yeah, you're probably aware already. This is not a real Sonic game, of course. What this actually is it was Speedy Gonzales. Funnily enough, not the own. Oh. Okay, I'm gonna have to mute that. Yeah, so that's what happens with this cartridge, and that's the reason I can't cover it. But, like I say, so it's a Speedy Gonzales game. Not the only pirate ROM hack of a Speedy Gonzales game to feature Sonic the Hedgehog, interestingly enough. But yeah, like I say, this multi-cart does not work properly. And just to prove that, if we go to Netto King of Fighters 97, let's try this out. I think this one is also a pirate ROM hack, but this one's a bit more professionally done. Let's say this is a ROM hack of King of Fighters 96, where I think they changed the character roster, I think. But yeah, basically you play the games for about 3 minutes and then they just crash. every single time, and it doesn't matter what game it is, as I will prove with King of Fighters 97. We will see King of Fighters 90... Oh. Yeah, we will eventually see King of Fighters 96, but... Okay, again, I cannot advance any further because it just crashes on this menu for some reason. But you know what? This multicart crashing all the time is not necessarily a bad thing. Because if we go to Sonic 5... Oh. You know what? Actually, this palette, I think, fits this game perfectly. Yeah, that's... Are you enjoying the soundtrack? Yeah, you know, I think this is the colour palette this game deserves. So, yeah, we will not be ranking this one because, again, it crashes after, like, maybe a couple minutes, and because of that, again, I'm not going to be ranking the games from this cartridge. Maybe I will at some point, but not today. I mean, after playing Super Mario World... after playing Super Mario World 64, I'm not particularly feeling like Makon soft today. Yeah, I'd say we can successfully say goodbye to that. For now, at least. Maybe I will end up ranking those games at some point. The ones that I don't have elsewhere, maybe I'll end up having to cover those eventually. Oh no, I'm going to have to crumple this label. Just to fit this in the Game Boy player. Okay, hopefully this works first time. Nope, it decided to be an arsehole and not work first time, because these multicarts are always like that. Even though I cleaned them fairly recently. Just doesn't want to know. I'll get my wipe out here. Great. Not going to blow into it, I'm going to be professional. I'm going to go proper with this one. But, it's unfortunate. Like, the label is kind of falling apart. I mean, it's not really that important. I mean, the names are all in Chinese anyway, so it's not like I can read them. Yeah, fuck it. That'll get it to work. Hooray! We're in. So I have covered this cartridge ages ago. I used to have a channel called Pirate Gaming Heavy that a couple of people may remember. I don't know why, but they do remember it. And yeah, so this has 30 games on it. And again, something that's going to be a pattern with these multicarts is that most of them are mainly comprised of filler. So, for instance, this multicart, every game except the first 3 are filler games. Not to say that they're bad games, of course. You know, Mario Land and, you know, Battle City, Flipple. You know, they're all fine games. But yeah, they're mostly games that I've covered already. So I'm not going to play these again because there's not really much reason to. Though actually, there is one odd thing to show with this multicart. Also, my nose has gone a bit funny. So yeah, they couldn't actually get 30 different games on this cartridge because they were too cheap to do that. I think there are 21 games on this. So yeah, I'll get into that later. But for now, let's play some Simpsons. Okay, yeah, I forgot about this. So usually when these multicarts, when you go into the game, you actually... it comes up with, like, the Game Boy BIOS screen. But on this multicart, it just immediately goes into the game, which is slightly weird. Yes, Escape from Camp Deadly. Let's go. Listen up, Simpson. I'm your counselor, Iron Fist Burns. My favourite relative of the Burns family. Wait, the next 2 months? What? Yes, beloved... Like, what is... I have to ask, what is Burns' I'm just going to assume it's Mr. Burns. Like, what is his goal with this camp? Like, I get the whole thing with the power plant, but what's he trying to do here? It's like, yeah, I'll just be like torturing children. I mean, I guess that does kind of fit him a little bit. I mean, the menu was boring, but to be fair, this multicart was made in, I don't know, 1992. Roughly around that time. Because I don't think any of the games on this came out after that. Oh no, I forgot about the, Oh. I forgot about the sprites. So here we go. Flag capture, Team A, Bart, Simpson. So it's literally Bart versus the camp. Like, there were so many Bart versus X games for a while. I don't know what that was about, but it's like, here we go, Bart versus Kid with Sunglasses. Yeah, my favourite character from the show. Just this random kid with sunglasses. Okay, so we have Lisa, who I guess is also stuck at Camp Deadly. So, I do have to wonder about this game. Was this game the inspiration for Camp Krusty? Like the Camp Krusty episode of the show? Because I think that episode was after this game had come out. Yeah, because that was, what, 1992, I think? But it's kind of funny, like, because they made that episode, and I do wonder if the scriptwriter had played this game and was inspired to make it from this. Because that's my guess. I mean, maybe it's a coincidence, I don't know. Also, yeah, I have no idea how you're meant to avoid the bees. I have done it before, but it's been a while since I've played this one. I have beaten this game in the past. But yeah, it's one of those things where it's completely just... it's just like designed to kill you, just to eat your lives at the beginning. Doesn't help the controls are garbage, but, you know. Well, actually, I say that, the controls aren't that bad. But yeah, it's just kind of arbitrary in places. It's like, oh, you have a health bar, but the bees are instant death because reasons. Oh, here we go. Welcome to Blindside Bill's Treehouse. I do remember that you can kind of cheese this game when you know what you're doing. I used to be able to do that. So yeah. Welcome to the amazing combat. Unfortunately, you don't get to rack up points doing this, which would have been quite good. But yeah, if you walk into a kid, you just take damage, but if you touch the bees, it's instant death. Wait, am I supposed to, like, kill that dude? I don't think... I don't know how that works. Also, for some reason, they just get locked in a prison. I don't remember that bit. All I remember is, Mr. Black. Yeah, we don't need this again. But, I mean, this is an Imagineering game, so... the quality is about what you would expect from them. Though, honestly, I would say this controls better than a lot of their NES games. Because a lot of those games controlled especially badly. This isn't quite on that level. It certainly controls better than the NES games, I will give it that. Because, I mean, if you've ever played Bart versus the Space Mutants on the NES, that is really not a good game at all. It's one of those games that people seem to... it's one of those games that people seem to like at the time, but, like, you go back and play it and it's like, yeah, this is not very good at all. But that's kind of the case for most Simpsons games of the time. Oh. Also, I pressed the jump button, I call bullshit. That's just the game just being rubbish with the controls. But, like, they couldn't even make, you know, the other characters look like characters from the show. It's like, okay, you have Lisa, and you have, like, Mr. Burns. So I don't know what happened there. So I stopped and pressed jump, and he just kept running like an idiot. But, like, at least try to make the other characters look like the school bullies or something. You know, if it just had me fighting clones of Nelson or something, it would at least make sense to some extent. So they couldn't even do that. Also, yeah, RC Pro clone on the Master System. Yeah. So, like I say, my goal with this stream, or this series of streams, I should say, is to get Versus Battler out of the top 100, because it does not belong there. Okay, let's actually try to play this for real. But yeah, basically the whole thing is you gotta collect flags. That's about it. Collect flags, don't get killed. Also, for some reason, the first flag is worth 668 points. I don't know what that's about. But yeah, I think the character designs are a pretty good indication of the quality of the game. But like I said, I know that once you get to this level 2, there's like something you can do to kind of cheese the game a bit. I mean, yeah, you compare this to Sonic 5. mean, this at least looks like a real game, which is more than you can say for them. But I mean, yeah, Imagineering games, I mean, they were generally pretty low quality. I mean, you look at... Yeah, I mean, you look at the fact that the bees just kill you instantly as soon as they appear on screen. Which, I mean, itself is a massive problem. But, like, why are the bees here in the first place? And why do they kill you in one hit? When everything else takes, like, one hit away. Just doesn't make any sense. But I seem to recall this game is, like, stupidly hard until you get to level 2, at which point you can kind of cheese it. Also, yeah, what you're supposed to do here, I don't remember. I also have to ask, why is the Simpsons theme still playing? Like, the Simpsons theme is for the, you know, the beginning of the game. Also, I literally have no idea what the game expects you to do on this part. I have done it before, but I don't remember. It's like the game just goes completely arbitrary at points. It's like you literally have to look up an FAQ on what the game expects you to do. And that's never a good thing. For a game that's meant to be straightforward like this, that just smacks of bad game design. Like, why do you have to hit the dude on the head? Why can't I just hit him in the face? Like, surely that would be just as effective. So here we go, we collect Krusty's head. Give me an extra life? Okay. Also, yeah, your bullets can't go through the enemies because the game is a piece of shit. I mean, this is like... Yeah, I mean, this is kind of like, I don't know, a game that people only bought because of the license. You know, slap, like, generic platform man into this and no one would have played it. Like, ever. Also, yeah, I don't remember what you're supposed to do on this bit. It's like, yeah, we'll just have these bees that are impossible to kill. I have beaten this game before. But, you know, fuck this, I'm looking up an FAQ, because this game does not deserve more effort than that. See if I can find this. Because I'm pretty sure someone... like, wrote an FAQ for this. I don't know why, but they did. Like, just in case you're insane as I am and decided to actually play this nonsense. Hold on. So... Get the... Oh, that's right. Yeah. So I remember now. So basically, if you shoot Lisa when you're in that house, the treehouse thing, whatever, it makes the game literally impossible because you need, like, an item to be able to get past that bit. And if you shoot her, you can't get the item, which makes the game literally impossible to beat. So that's kind of the level that we're dealing with this one. Like, it's like, yep, you accidentally shot in the wrong frame, so we just made the game impossible to beat. Because the game designer was an idiot. I mean, Yong games were clearly rushed out in like 5 minutes. There's no way that they had as little as 5 minutes to make this game. I know that Acclaim sucked, and were only good for arcade ports, basically, but... It's like, come on now. You gonna tell me they didn't have time to make this game? Yeah, pink eye. I mean, you know, I feel like I'm getting pink eye just looking at this game. May as well be. But yeah, I mean, that's basically a guaranteed death, unless you know the exact pixel to stop in advance. And then, of course, you got this bit. See, the problem is, whenever I jump, he, like, inexplicably throws it up, which doesn't even make sense. So basically, if I don't get this thing, it makes the next section literally impossible. Also, hello, Clipper, how are you doing? So... what was I going to say? Oh yeah, shout out to the Random Duck 99 for the follow. Oh, also, now the game literally will not let me shoot... So it wouldn't let me shoot boomerangs, even though I could earlier. So apparently getting the bee suit or whatever makes it impossible to shoot boomerangs. Because that's how badly designed this game is. Here we go. Ugh. You know, I've forgotten just how genuinely awful this game is. That's kind of the thing when you play through a game like this and then don't return to it for a decade. Sometimes you just forget how truly bad they are. Not that you really expect any quality from a console Simpsons game from 1991. Because outside of the arcade game, they were pretty much all garbage. It's like this game, you know, it's like you had this, you had Bart's Nightmare, Virtual Bart, what were the other games? Like, Bart versus the World? It's just like, I don't know. It's like, were there any good Simpsons games between this, well, between the arcade game and Virtual Springfield? Because Virtual Springfield is good, but I can't think of a single good game that came out before then, with the exception of the arcade game. Oh, hold on. Oh yeah, that's right, you can just push them out of the way. So yeah, the American football helmet, quite useful. Do you think this is what inspired that one episode of The Simpsons? Where Bart gets picked to be the quarterback because his dad became the coach. And just, like, massively favoured Bart. Also, yeah, you can kind of grind out just extra hits. And you can just kind of just stack them forever. And I think you kind of have to do that for the later levels in the game. Unfortunately, it doesn't really help with parts like this. I mean, the controls aren't as bad as the NES Simpsons games, I don't think, but they're not good. Okay, here we go. Back to the Future Part 0, Bart versus the Bees. Barty versus the Bees. I forget exactly how this bit works. I think you just walk in a straight line and just try to collect all the burgers. Yeah, welcome to the world's worst version of Food Fight. Yo, give me Alfred and the Fedek. At least I could beat that game. So yeah, like, they just spawn... It's like, okay, we didn't know how to make the game legitimately challenging, so we just spawn in, like, 15 enemies every microsecond. And also made it so that you get limited projectiles, because that's totally fair. Yeah, I mean, Krusty's Funhouse works. Also, yeah, I literally can't remember what the strategy is for this level, because you can't stand on this thing in the background, even though it looks like you should be able to, but you can't. I also like how every song in the game is just like a slight reworking of the theme. Because they literally couldn't think of a second song to add into the game. Like, even Bart vs. the Space Mutants, they had different music after the first level that was, like, distinctly different from the theme. For some reason, the first level just used the theme song, but after that, it kind of made more sense. Also, yeah, the hit detection in this is bullshit. Because, firstly, they give you 1 hit point whenever you respawn, because the game designer was an arsehole. I mean, this is from the same people who made that... What was it? The really bad Ren and Stimpy game on the NES. Like, sorry, the SNES. They might have made the NES one as well, I can't remember. But, yeah. Oof. See, I beat this game once. I don't remember how I did it. I think I just, like, read through an FAQ on how to, like, cheese the game. So I feel like that's the only way anyone's going to beat this. Especially when the hit detection is this bad. Yeah. You know what? I think I'm just about done with this one. You know, it's like, you know what? Give me Cheetah Man 2. Like, I would rather play Cheetah Man 2. You know, at least that game had a banging soundtrack. And it had the Cheetah Man. And this game has neither of those things. So, great start to the new series! So what do you think? Is this game better than Bubble Ghost? I don't know. I'm not sure it's quite on that level. I have to be honest, I don't think it's quite on that caliber. So, is it on that level? Also, for the record, I actually did go back and beat Cheetahman 2 after the stream. And you will not be surprised to hear they didn't program an ending into the game. Which is about what you expect for Cheetahman 2. Or any Cheetahman game. But yeah, I'm going to say it's no Bubble Ghost, and it's also no Mr. Chin's Gourmet Paradise. You know, that game had the style that Bart Simpson lacks. You know, it's no Pinball Revenge of the Gator. Mr. Do is infinitely better. Okay, it's Mr. fucking Do. Okay, Mr. Do on his own is better than that game. It doesn't matter if the game he's in sucked, because it's Mr. Do. And therefore it's better than this game. You know, it's not as good as Migraine, though it certainly might give me a migraine from playing it. Ishido The Way of Stones, that's a far better game than this, as is Crane Shinchan 6. You know, it's no Wizards and Warriors Chapter N. Chapter N! Yeah, it's my new one. Yeah. It's a miracle that Action 52 got released at all, but there we are. It's no Koi with Kakahiki. And you know what? As much as I might diss on Versus Battler, it is a better game than that. Versus Battler at least had a cool soundtrack, as does Castlevania The Adventure. That's also a better game than this. But is it worse than Castilian? I mean, they're both bastard hard, but for different reasons. But Castilian at least looked cool, and this game doesn't. You know, Go-Go Tank was at least an interesting concept that doesn't really work. Is it worse than Palamedes? Yes. It's a bad version of Palamedes, but you know what? A bad version of a good game is still better than a Simpsons game, by acclaim. It's worse than Amida. Amida is at least more interesting. Amida is a game I'd like to be good. The Simpsons, it's like... I'd like maybe the console versions to be good, and maybe I'd play those. It's not worse than Monster Truck, though. Monster Truck was truly awful. This is... You know, it's more controllable than Monster Truck. Yeah, I'd take it over that. Yeah, I'd say it's better than Monster Truck, worse than Amida. So, yeah. I had to abbreviate some of these titles. And, I think this title suits the game better. Yeah, BS's Escape from Camp Deadly. I'd say that suits it pretty well. So, onto a lighter note, let's go on to Bokenjima 2. Here we go. Let's play it. From 1992. Yes. Takahashi Meijin has entered the chat. Anyway. So, let's see what this game is like. Also, yeah, I picked the ketchup and mustard colour scheme because why not? So, yeah, as you might have guessed, this is, well, it's a conversion of Adventure Island 2, really. Not a whole lot to say, but I'll try to say something anyway. But yeah, of course this was released on the NES back in 1991, I think? I mean, this version was 1992. And already it's better than Simpsons. This game actually controls like you would expect a platform game on Game Boy to do so. Yeah, soundtrack is okay. Though, I don't know, it's a little bit beeping compared to the NES version. Cool boy. Yeah. I wish they had a Game Boy version of Where Dad Went To. You know. Let's pick this egg. 1,000 points, okay. Yeah, I'm just going to enjoy this one for a bit. After the last game, I feel like I need it. Especially after playing both of that and Super Mario World 64. But you know, I will give both games one thing. If there's one bit of credit I can give them, playing those games is not as bad as being stuck on a stationary train for half an hour, which is what the world taught me on Friday. Yeah, there is some weird slowdown here. Oh. Okay, I don't think it's supposed to do that normally. I don't remember that being a thing on the NES, but whatever. But yeah, Adventure Island 2 on Game Boy was really weird. So I think when this got released outside Japan, they got rid of the number, which just makes things even more confusing, because it makes you think it's going to be a conversion of the first Adventure Island, and then you play it and it's not. Which is fine by me. I prefer this to the original game anyway. Like, the original game is just too hard, and doesn't control quite as well, I don't think. So, I mean, I'd rather have a conversion of the second game anyway. So yes, Adventure Island 2 on Game Boy. I maybe could have picked a better colour scheme, but this will do. So here we go. Got to choose the egg. I say you know it's Adventure Island 2, because the third game didn't have this bit. I seem to recall this one was a little bit easier than the NES game. I think. Also, I forget what these egg things do. I think that's just when I get more power-ups later on. Ooh. There is a slight floatiness to the controls. I can't remember if the NES version was like that or not. I want to say it was slightly less so on that one. Oh, here we go. So I think I just got a spare spit dinosaur. Like, I'm guessing they have names. I don't know what they would be though. Here we go. Honey has shown up. Good luck. Oh. Okay, apparently the thing wears off immediately after the music cue ends. I could have sworn on the NES version that it didn't end until after Honey had left the screen. Unless... maybe that was just the first game that was like that, and they changed it for the sequels. I don't remember. Yeah, Donkey Kong... wait, was Donkey Kong Land 1 not released in Japan? That's weird. I could have sworn it would have been. I mean, I do have the first Donkey Kong Land. I don't have the sequels. Okay, let's just go back to running. Here we go. Skateboard is in effect. Also, yeah, this colour scheme is not great for this game. But, okay. That's not the game's fault. That's my fault for picking the colour scheme, so I'm not going to use that against this. But like I said, the soundtrack in this isn't great. It's a little bit reminiscent of the Game Boy version of DuckTales. You know, it's close, but it's not quite right. Oh, it was Super Donkey Kong GB. Okay, that's just confusing. Because, yeah, the numbering on, you know, for the international releases made a lot more sense. But, I mean, those basically were, you know, handheld-fied versions of the SNES games. Feels like the levels are shorter in this one. A little bit. Yeah, see, it's kind of funny, like, Adventure Island to me feels more like a proper successor to the original Wonder Boy. But yeah, the Game Boy version... I don't know. Like, Wonder Boy... I don't know, the sequels don't really feel much like the first one to me. Also, yeah, Nectarus, I never played that. Isn't that like a strategy game, I think? Or am I getting that confused with something else? But yeah, like I said, I'm not really a strategy game person at all, so I don't know, I just never played it. I know it was, like... was that Military Madness, or was that a different game? So it was called something else outside of Japan. Yeah, he's a big fan of ketchup and mustard. And salt and pepper. But was he a fan of Rob Bass? It Takes Two. Oh, you can hit those things, okay. Well, that's useful. Ooh. You know, I really should have picked, like, a green colour scheme for this one. This is not great. But, ooh. You know, there do exist Game Boy multicarts where they try to apply their own custom colour palette to the games and it doesn't work. Also, yeah, this game with that weird system where you have to keep collecting fruit in the air to live. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not really a strategy person at all. I like worms, but that's about it. And a couple of... what is it? Okay, I seem to recall the bosses in this were fairly easy. I think. I mean, hell, even the first game, it was just like, okay, the boss just walks towards you, and you just have to hit it early enough to not die. There we go. So it is Military Madness. I wasn't sure if it was that, or if it was, like, the Zelda-style game they did. I mean, Hudson Soft basically were the PC engine for a while, which kind of makes sense. They co-developed it. There we go, that's level 1 clear. Lake Island, here we go. Welcome to the Great Lakes, in the middle of the ocean. I do like Adventure Island. I don't love it. It was never one of my favourite series, but... You know, I mean, the games are quite solid, as a rule. Like, I'm not a big fan of the original. Again, it's just a little bit too hard for my tastes. But they toned down the difficulty a little bit for the sequels. Like, they at least give you continues and that sort of thing, which... I know you could technically get continues in the first one, but it's way too much of a pain to do so, from what I remember. Maybe I'm just rubbish at it, I don't know. I mean, there is strategy to Worms. It's a close thing to strategy that I would choose to play, generally. Hold on. Whoa! Okay, 1,000 points. Can't you get a 1-up from these eggs? I mean, I guess it's randomized. So I want to see, like, a second, like, animal helper thing. I mean, that's kind of what they did for Donkey Kong Country as well, where they added those... Well, I'll say they added them, and they were in there from the first game, but still. I love that blow, it's just a floating skateboard. That's cool. Whoa! Let's see the foxes make a return. Were they foxes? I mean, they may as well have been. I mean, especially given how everything is rendered on the Game Boy. But, yeah. You know, after The Simpsons, I kind of need this game for a bit longer. And I assume they're going to have those frogs that jump at you later on as well. Scorched Earth. I never played that, but I know that was one of the inspirations for Worms, I think. Like, I know what it is. I just never got around to playing it. Ooh, 2,000 points. Here we go. Yeah, we're getting somewhere. But yeah, there never was a Wonder Boy for Game Boy. Like, I know at least a couple of the games were on the Game Gear, which, you know, makes sense. It was Sega's series. Like, I think there was a port of Wonder Boy 1 for Game Boy. But then, for some reason, they released it in America under a different name, I think. Which doesn't make any sense to me, but... Yeah, like, I think in Europe it was just called Wonder Boy, because that's what it is. So I don't remember the vertical levels in this. But yeah, I think they also did a port of Wonder Boy 3. I guess because they didn't release Wonder Boy 3 in Japan to begin with. They were like, you know, maybe we should release this over there, because, you know, people actually like that game. And... we probably should release this in our own country. Let's... Oh, here we go. I think this is the one that's really good at swimming. See if I can get to an underwater level, because I'm pretty sure those are in this. Yes, there is a Game Boy version of Worms. I don't have it, unfortunately. It's not on any of the multi-carts I've got, and I don't own a standalone copy either. I mean, I am planning to only cover the stuff I've got on multi-carts, so I don't end up having to cover, like, you know... Link's Awakening, or, oh, what's going on here? But yeah, Link's Awakening, or, well, I'm gonna have to cover the Pokemon games, but... Is this a water level? No, it's just a regular one. Hold on, so is the, like, image there appears before the level, does that show you the type of level you're going to? Because that'd be kinda useful at this point. Because I forget how it works. So I know some of these platforms fall, so I don't trust this game to not do that in the first one. I'll see what I mean in a bit. Oh. Gotta be speedy, and I want to, like, run out of health. Yeah, here we go. So this one moves. Maybe the other ones do not. Whoa! Okay. But yeah, Worms was on everything back in the day. I mean, I think even the Atari Jaguar had a version of it. I had it on PlayStation. Which is a really good version, to be fair. Ugh. There is some weird sluggishness to this screen. It's like the Game Boy struggles to render more than 5 sprites at any given time. Ah, here we go. Let's go. In the yellow water. Don't know what's going on with that. Oh, okay, you have to hold down the A button to swim upwards. I guess kind of like Super Mario World, but still. Whoa! Oh, okay, I'm gonna need to... Oh, no, you don't. But yeah, I'm down for this. This is a good one. I like this one. Like I say, I mean, I think I would rather play the NES version, but, you know, if I was going to play this on a handheld, this would do nicely. I guess that's the problem with a lot of handheld games back in the day, is that a lot of them really do feel like lesser versions of console games. I mean, DuckTales is a good example of that. Where it is kind of like, well, you know, I could play the Game Boy version of DuckTales, but why would I do that when I can play the NES version, you know? What do I do on this bit? Okay, I don't remember this boss. Whoa! As you can probably tell from that. Well, the animal helper's not going to help on this bit. So what happens if I go here without an attack? Oh, wait, they make you redo this bit as well? Okay, that's weird. I don't remember that being a thing on the NES, but maybe I'm just remembering it wrong. Emulating NES on a PSP. Yeah, I mean, that's part of the problem with Game Boy games nowadays, like playing them today. You know, a lot of them, in many cases, I mean, you can just run the console versions of the games on handhelds nowadays, and it kind of defeats the point of playing a lot of these handheld versions. I mean, there are certain cases where maybe they have enough differences to where they're worth playing in their own rights, like DuckTales 2, I know was meant to be quite good on Game Boy. I never played that one. And, you know, of course, the Super Mario Land games are distinctly different to the NES versions. Okay, let's try this again. Try not to get killed immediately. So, do I have to wait for the boss to do its animation thing? I don't really get this. Okay, I think I get it. So, I don't think the bosses have a time limit in this. Well, if they do, it's hidden. Okay, so it's easy as long as you're not sitting right in front of the boss so you can get hit in. Oh. Okay, that looked like it was off by at least a few pixels, okay? I demand a replay on that, okay? I did not touch that projectile. That was just the hit detection being wonky. Yeah, I'm not so sure about that. I mean, it was a common problem in NES games, but, you know. Shouldn't be quite that noticeable. Also, I feel like the boss shouldn't necessarily take that many hits. So yeah, black and white TV. I'll go for the film noir rock. I wonder if like any of these pits will lead to like a bonus room. I doubt it, and I don't think this is one of those games that does that. Fine, let's not get cheesed by the hit detection this time. And actually do this. What do I wonder? Is there anything of interest up here? Well, nope, it just does that. Yeah, I mean, I've seen TVs that had built-in Super Famicoms that were released in Japan. I was watching Bad Influence, and they kind of show that, and it's, of course, oh, well, this was only released in Japan, so you'd never really get to play with this. It's just like... Yeah, I'm just going to sit all the way to the left of the screen. Ooh. Boss is a bit of a feisty one. Ugh. Okay, I don't trust the hit detection at this point. How many hits does boss take? Too many. There we go. Yeah, I mean, that's what Cheetah-Men did. Ooh. But then again, in Cheetah-Men, it was a double-edged sword. In level 3, you get to skip a level. In level 5, it just like glitches the game out and makes it impossible. But that's assuming you can even get to the pit that does that, which is almost impossible, because the enemies are, well, impossible to avoid, basically. Okay, I'll carry playing this for a bit. I think when I die again, I might move on, because I'm not sure if there's much else beyond this as far as variety goes with levels. Like, you get bees. Thankfully, a lot less obnoxious than the Simpsons bees, because there aren't, like, 12 of them who all just fly at you at once and get an instant kill. Hold on. Does the projectile attack use energy? I can't remember. I don't think it does. Oh god. Wait, today is the 20th anniversary of the Simon's Quest review. And by extension, the Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde video. Ugh! Okay, that's a bit dodgy. So basically, if you miss that first jump, it just doesn't work again, and it's like, oh, yeah, I'm not sure how I feel about that. I feel like that's a little bit on the jankiness side, which, again, I don't think that was a problem in the NES version of this. It certainly wasn't a problem in Adventure Island 1 on the NES. And I can't imagine they broke it in the NES version of this. Especially given that it was a sequel, you expect it to be, well, more solid, if anything. Here we go. Oh, okay. But, yeah. Simon's Quest review is weird, because it's like, you don't actually see the AVG on the screen, he's just kind of talking the whole time. You know, I mean, it was like the first video, so I guess you would expect weirdness. Okay. I'll try this a little bit. Then I'll probably move on, because I don't think there's a whole lot more that needs to be seen with this one. Again, I don't think this game varies that much as far as the levels go. You know, it's fairly straightforward. Hold on, does this give me a hammer at the beginning? No. That's a problem. Great, so now I've got to avoid the... I've got to avoid the bastard bats, which are way too difficult to avoid. Because they have really awkward patterns. I mean, that was also true of the first game. Okay, well, this is my last life anyway, so... I'll inevitably die on this bit. Like, what is this pattern? They seem to go in whatever pattern they want. Like, this one moves in a different pattern to the other one. It's like, okay, how do I dodge that? It's like they expect you to have, like, a flying animal helper thing. I feel like it's the only way to do that. Okay, how does the continue work? So I think it makes you redo the whole world. Yeah, okay. So I think I'll leave that there. But there we go. That is Adventure Island 2 for the Game Boy. Well, it's better than Camp Deadly. But I think you knew that already. Ooh, what is this? Something in Chinese? Oh, it's the Batong Famiclone system with a disk drive? Floppy disk? Ooh. Well, anyway, yeah. So, like I say, this is definitely better than BS's Escape from Camp Deadly. Like, that's not even up for debate. It just is better than that. It's better than Wizards and Warriors Chapter 10. It's better than Parasol Henby. It's better than Boomer's Adventure in Asmic World. And it's definitely better than Flappy Special, I think. Yeah, it's got a bit more to it than that game. It's better than Boxall. It is also better than Boxall 2, I have to say. Is it better than DuckTales? That's the real question. Because when it comes to NES games, I mean, DuckTales to me destroys Adventure Island 2. If we're talking about the NES versions. But that's because DuckTales on the NES is that good. DuckTales on the Game Boy is not as good. I mean, the soundtrack is off in both, but in different ways. But I'd say they're roughly the same quality in terms of that. Controls are mostly fine, but they're not quite as good as the NES versions. Adventure Island 2 definitely has more levels, and the levels are a lot less cramped than they are in Game Boy DuckTales. Yeah, I feel like the limitations of the Game Boy hurt this game more than it does Adventure Island 2, so I'm going to say it's better than that. It's better than that weird version of Mr. Do. Oh, I've got that cartridge. Might show that to you if you want. It's better than those Pac-Man conversions. It's better than Yar's Revenge, the Kotile Ultimatum. But it's not better than Spot. Spot has the Jeff Volin jams. And that's something that Master Higgins just doesn't have. He lacks the jams to be able to compete with Spot the video game. Yeah, I mean, Namco's Pac-Man ports are not as good as the Tengen versions. I mean, that's basically what it comes down to. If it was Tengen making the port, it would probably be a lot higher. But they didn't make it, so therefore it goes below Pinball Revenge of the Gator. That's just how it works. But yeah, I'm going to put this between Yar's Revenge, the Kotile Ultimatum, and Spot. You know, I think that's a good spot for it. I'm going to label this as Adventure Island 2 just to avoid confusion, because Adventure Island 3 was also on the Game Boy, and yeah, it's just going to be confusing. But will we see Adventure Island 3 in the series? Well, we will see later on. But, here we go. Yeah, this is my DuckTales card. Is this the one that you're referring to? Because this one's pretty amazing. I love this cartridge. It's just, here's just a cartoon duck. It doesn't even have the title. Just a cartoon duck in a Japanese garden. Yeah. But you want to know the operation procedure on how to operate a copy of DuckTales? Plug cassette into console, then power on. On screen selection program, to the desirable game, use joystick to move cursor. Even though this cartridge only has one game on it. Push A key for ready game. Push start key to play. Ending play or restart. I don't know what that last point means. But anyway, yeah. Let's go to our third game. What's it? Here we go. That'll do. Okay, game number 3. Let's do it. Oh yes, your boy is here. The legend, the myth, the all-time classic. Oh yes. What do you think came first, Ranch or Cool Ranch? Ooh, well, either way, this is the game in which you must dehumanize yourself and face to bloodshed. Yep, from Orion Pictures. Ooh, I remember them. Oh yes. Hey, I'm just gonna chill with this theme for a bit, because I like this theme. I mean, you want to talk about greatest soundtracks on the Game Boy, this is up there. Like, if this was a ranking of Game Boy soundtracks, this would be in the top 10 somewhere. Like, easily. You know, same for RoboCop 2, but I don't have that one. Spoilers. So I think this is the Japanese version of the game. Also, I do find it amusing, the logo almost looks like it says RoboCod, which I think did have a Game Boy version, but it is not this. You know, I don't think RoboCop was in that game. Anyway, let's do it. Oh, the theme though. Like, you know you've got something special when, like, a generic interstitial screen has a jam like this. Like, this one screen is better than the entirety of Camp Deadly. Yep, from 1990. I mean, like I say, the games on this cartridge are pretty early releases. Anyway, let's... Yeah. So I don't think the overseas versions had that voice clip at the beginning. I think that was something they added for the Game Boy version. Or for the Japanese version, I should say. But yeah, RoboCop on Game Boy. I'm going to say for the record, I actually quite like this game. I have played through this once before. I was playing it a little bit off stream. For a bit of practice. Also, yeah. You really want to avoid those grenades, because they are a problem. Also, I'm going to... Again, soundtrack, just listen to this. Ooh. Yeah, I figured I'd just let you appreciate the soundtrack for a bit there. Because this is what, like, again, easily one of the best soundtracks on Game Boy. Regardless of what you think of the game, you can't tell me the soundtrack to this isn't a 10 out of 10. Like, all-time banger. Ugh! Okay. Oh, you twat. The other way. No, I'm just tanking hits like an idiot. See, I was doing so much better when I was playing this morning. Okay. I think once that animation plays, you're fine. Okay, here we go. Oh, that sound. Wait, what's this label? Okay, that one's pretty amazing. Yeah, you know what? 10 out of 10 on that bugger. Anyway. Rescue the woman. So, do you remember that scene from RoboCop where he shoots that man in the dick? They did try to remake that scene in this game. And that's definitely worth points. So, here we go. So there may be a bit of a problem with this multicart. Yep, I think Ariston killed the stream. And by stream, I mean he killed the cartridge. So yeah, there's a bit of a problem with this multicart where, for some reason, RoboCop on this just doesn't work properly. I don't know what the problem is. I think it's a problem with the cartridge itself. Or not the cartridge, but I think it's a problem with the ROM. They didn't program it correctly. Because when you beat the first level on this cartridge, it just stops working. It tries to go to the shoot the man in the dick level, and then the game crashes. So, you know, it's... I don't know what the problem is, but for some reason it just doesn't work on this cartridge. It's unfortunate, because this is a classic game. But we're not going to be able to see beyond level 1 playing it on this. Like I said, I did play it this morning, just playing it at my own time, so I will rank this one. But we're unfortunately going to have to skip it mostly. Also, hello Electric Boogaloo, how are you doing? So, I'm going to say for the record, I like this more than Adventure Island 2. I'm not sure if it's necessarily better, but I like it more. The soundtrack puts it above it. It also puts it above Spot. As good as the Spot soundtrack is, the RoboCop soundtrack is a bit more substantial. It's better than King of the Zoo. It's better than Elevator Action. As good as Elevator Action is, I like this more than that game. Is it better than Heavyweight Championship Boxing? I mean, that game is probably more creative in a sense. But that game doesn't have RoboCop shooting a man in the dick. And it doesn't have the Ariston theme. So I'm going to put it above that. It's better than Lock and Chase. I like it more than Dr. Mario. I like Dr. Mario, but there are better versions of Dr. Mario out there. I'm not sure that there are better versions of RoboCop. There are plenty of versions of it, but this one might be my favourite. I think it's better than Rodland. Yeah, I'm going to say it's better than Rodland. Is it better than Solomon's Club? Oh no, is it better than Solomon's Club? I like both of them. But Solomon's Club, I think, had a bit more going on. Like, it had the shop system. And it had more intricate levels. The RoboCop levels, you pretty much are just going from left to right. In the side-scrolling ones. There is a bit more gameplay variety. There is a more gameplay variety in RoboCop. But Solomon's Club has more variety with the actual level designs. It's kind of weird. It's a strange dichotomy, and it makes it difficult. But when it comes down to it, RoboCop is the better soundtrack. So I think it's better than that. It's better than Mr. Chin's Gourmet Paradise. As much as I love the title, Mr. Chin's Gourmet Paradise, it's not quite as substantial a game. But it's not better than Hong Kong. Hong Kong is both a puzzle game and it's Breakout, all in one. And it's got, you know, plenty of levels, plenty of challenges. I think that puts it above RoboCop, but congratulations to our new number 10, you know, a new top 10 game on this list, RoboCop. Who knew that an ocean game could make it into the top 10? But it happened. Somehow it happened. With the power of Ariston and Dilbert, managed to get above Mr. Chin into the top 10. But okay, while I am done with the games on this cartridge, I'm not done with this cartridge yet. So like I say, the games on this are, well, they're basically all filler games, with the exception of the first three that I just covered. So, like I say, tragically RoboCop doesn't seem to work. I don't know what the problem is. But yeah, Mario Land, Mario Egg, that's Mario and Yoshi, in case you're wondering. But yeah, the rest of these games are what you expect. But like I say, there are not 30 games on this. So Adventure Island is, yeah. So it's Adventure Island on the Game Boy, but I think this version starts on a different level. Usually the repeats are just the exact same game with a different title. But on this one, it's kind of interesting because they do allow you to skip levels, which is kind of interesting. But yeah. So, if you pick that option, it just lets you go to level 2, which is nice. So, I'm trying to remember what these are. So, yeah. I mean, the game's labelled what they are. I mean, they are what they say they are, generally. But yeah, Adventure Island, that's, yeah, the game we looked at. For some reason, they included Tasmania's story. I don't know why. It's literally, like, when your game is worse than The Simpsons Escape from Camp Deadly, it probably isn't worth including. I don't care how small the game is. You may as well just include another repeat of Adventure Island at this rate. Yeah, World Bowling, that is a real game. That one's okay. Very much like a mid-tier game, I think. But yeah. So what have we got? Boken P3. So that's just Adventure Island level 3. Super Mario, I'm going to have to check that one. I forget what that does. So Nighty Tank, I think that's just Battle City on a different level. And then, like, King Kong Escape? I don't remember what that is. Easy Tasmania. Stargate? I think that's a repeat of Space Invaders, isn't it? So what is Super Mario? Oh. Okay, so it's Super Mario Land, but you get 30 lives, let's say. But if we go to... I want to see what King Kong Escape is. Easy Tasmania. Do you think it's going to be, like, the Tasmania Game Boy game based on the cartoon? Because, you know, actually I think that would be preferable. Yeah, this doesn't look like King Kong to me, I've got to be honest. But it says I have 0 lives, so what happens if I die? I want to see that. Is it just instant game over? Oh, I got F lives now. So I guess it, like, underflows the health counter, so you just get tons of lives. Okay. Well, I think we're done with this cartridge, but let's move on to cartridge number 2. This one, oh. Yep, the label is a bit worse for wear. I'm going to have to nurse it a little bit, I think. Nurse it back to health. Okay, so let's move on to cartridge number 2. I mean, I've shown the cartridges already, but I think there was like 1 or 2 people in the chat when I did it. Super 32-in-1. You can't really see the cartridge, unfortunately, just because of the way my camera works. Maybe there's a way to fix that, I don't know. But, yes, the Mega Duck. Or maybe it's the Flintstones 2. Let's see what this is about. Can't wait to play this one. So, men F. Female men, yes. Oh yes, welcome to the GB 32-in-1. So, you've got such classics as Pitman, the incorrect version of Cat Trap, Penguin Land, Flipple, Fushigina, Mr. Do. We've got Mr. Do. We will be fine. We have Mr. Do. Don't wear his name out. Gem? I don't know what that is. Selection. Oh yeah, that sounds like a classic. Oh, double dragons on this. That's cool. Kid Icarus. Krusty? This is going to be Krusty's Funhouse. Oh god, Zool. Pop-up. Well, so Super Mario Land. Is this any different? No, it's just regular Super Mario Land. Okay, just wanted to check that one briefly, just in case. Because this is one that I haven't really looked into yet. Oh, yeah, someone made a homebrew mod of Tetris to port it over to the Mega Duck. So you literally can play it on the Mega Duck, so... yeah. The inferior version of Cat Trap. But we came here to play some Flintstones 2. Let's do it. Licensed by Nintendo. So I think this is based on the film. Yep, Ocean's back already. So soon. So, oh, here we go. Yep, there he is. Yo boy Fred. From Ocean Software. By Twilight. Didn't they make Alfred Chicken? That's a bad sign. Because Alfred Chicken was terrible. So yeah, this is literally based on the film. I think I've played the SNES game based on it. And I remember that game being quite terrible. So, yeah, I think the default options will do for this. You can turn the sound off. Well, we're going to leave the sound on so we can critique the game a bit better. Yeah, I don't know what the deal is with the disc. I mean, maybe there's a way to get around that. I don't know. I mean, I got it before it got really expensive. It's okay. They're using the wrong "it's." There should be an apostrophe there. That's a good sign. It's the end of yet another tiring day in the Slate Company. See, I don't remember the film. All I remember is John Goodman, and that's it. That's all I remember. Like, just John Goodman was in it, and he didn't want to be. But Steven Spielberg probably paid him a ton of money to be Fred Flintstone. To be fair, if you were going to cast anyone as Fred Flintstone, John Goodman is the most Fred Flintstone-looking man you were ever going to find. And I mean, I don't mean that rude. Because, you know, Fred is... You know, he's an iconic cartoon character. Yeah, I mean, I'm holding on to my Game Boy player, let me tell you. Go home. I feel like that's what I'm going to do with this game eventually. So, okay, we're going to... Yeah, got to get home to his dinner. So, I don't think I've played this one. Great animation. Oh, I like the background now. Nice little parallax effect. Also, I probably could have picked a better colour scheme for this, but oh. Yeah, this will do. Yeah, this looks a little bit like the SNES game, though it definitely isn't. Oh no! 5 seconds in, and we've already got a minecart level bit. This is a good sign. Oh, that's it. Never mind. Oh! Oh, wait, you can... Oh. got lucky there. So like I said, I don't think I've played this one, so whether this one's any good, I don't know. I mean, the graphics I'm a little bit impressed by, though, again, I really could have picked a better colour scheme for it. I'm not going to blame the game for that. Probably should have just made it black and white, to be honest. Yep, here we go. Just going to ride on this thing to victory. Yeah. Collect the E, because E's are good. As Fred Flintstone will tell you. I mean, you know, after quitting the ciggies, you know, the classic Winston cigarettes, he moved on to heavier stuff. Uh-oh. Well, I can tell you this, it's already better than the Master System game. It doesn't have you having to paint the wall. So at least this game kind of makes sense. Okay. Amazingly enough, so by some miracle I haven't, like, died a bunch of times yet. Sound is alright, actually. I don't mind it. Well, that's one thing I remember about the SNES game. It was a terrible game that had a really good soundtrack at points. Yeah, the Master System game... I mean, I have an odd amount of respect for it. It is a terrible game, but... there is something just amusing about, like, its shitliness, let's say. Yes, the sadly neglected you have to paint a wall genre. Oh no, we're going into Castlevania Adventure territory with this? Well, it certainly controls better than that game. You actually move at a half-decent speed. And you have more control... oh, wait, what's this? Wait, am I fighting like a bootleg version of Ristar? Okay, that's just weird. What am I supposed to do here? Oh. I mean, I can tell you right this. It is better than Alfred Chicken at the very least. So they've already improved on that. Alfred Chicken can go in the bin. So what is with the eyes in the background? Oh! Okay, you know what? I gotta give him points. That parallax effect for Game Boy, that's actually really cool. That is some top tier graphical effects for the hardware. You know, I'll give the graphic design some credit. Oh god, yeah, the DOS one is worse. Wasn't that by High-Tech Expressions, I think? You know, the makers of Tom and Jerry Best of the Best. But yeah, I've seen that one, it looks terrible. I've never played it myself. Can I climb up this wing? No. Don't get the E. Fred Flintstone on E's. Ugh, I don't get that. Do I just jump immediately? No. Not sure what I'm supposed to do on this bit. Yeah, because I can't climb up the trunk. Developed by an actual pyramid screen. Was it Softy? Because I think they also made, what was that game? Classic Concentration on the NES. I kind of like that game, though. It's not a great game, but it's fun with a second player. I'll say that. I've certainly played much worse. Yeah, someone was taking cues from Super Mario 2. But then again, I mean, you weren't going to get a... oh. You weren't going to get a port of Super Mario 2 on the Game Boy. They did eventually... oh. They did eventually do a GBA version, but, you know. Such as it is. There has to be a secret to this jumping thing. I just haven't figured it out. Yeah, Classic Concentration... it is a good game, sure. I think it was done by Alex Trebek, wasn't it? Sadly, they couldn't get him for the game version, but... yeah, Alex Trebek... we miss him. Because he was cool. I don't think there ever was a UK version of that show, though. Oh. Oh god, it really is turning into Mario 2. Whoa, what am I doing? Collected. Okay, I don't know what that does. Extra life, maybe? Oh wait, can I go down here and not die? No. Maybe I can jump through the wall, but, you know, there's no, like, graphical indication that you can do that, which usually there would be in a game like this. So I assume I just have to go the other way. No, go this way. Oh, okay, I can't do that. So, like a switch, maybe? You know, honestly, this is better than the SNES game. I will say that for the record. The SNES game was not good at all. Just overly difficult and just not very good. Something about Ocean games. Typically they weren't good. Occasionally you'll get a RoboCop, but yeah, usually something like that. Also, I could probably do with ease at this point. I'm guessing this triggers the thing at the waterfall, maybe? Let's try that. But I am intrigued by this one. Ugh. Ooh. Okay, I don't know how I'll survive that. But I'll take it. Ah, I see. So that is what I've got to do. So I've got C. Yeah, honestly, this one seems fine. Wait, what is this? There's a bonus level? Okay, I wasn't expecting this. Oh, it's Pac-Man! No, this is getting points for this. You know, it's a Flintstones game with Pac-Man in it. Oh. And I got the timing wrong, okay. Well, that's my fault. Oh, you get multiple tries at it, that's interesting. So it's a platformer that just turns into Pac-Man. Okay, I'm down for this already. Okay, I will subscribe to this game design. It's like playing a Pac-Man world on the PlayStation. Wait, what's going on? Why is the ghost following... Oh, I see, because it got caught. I was a bit confused there, I was like, what? It's like, okay, we got this Pac-Man clone that we were programming, but we can't really release it because, you know, Namco already released their own version of Pac-Man on Game Boy. What you will do, just reskin it and just include it as a bonus game in this Flintstones game we're working on. You know, why not? Probably the best they could do, really. You know. Yeah, I'm down for this. You know, like... Bart vs. Space Mutants get fucked, okay? Did that game have... Did that game have a Pac-Man minigame in it? Did it fuck? You know, I think I've underestimated the ways of the Flintstones. See, I kind of just assumed that this game would be terrible because of the SNES game. And now I feel bad. There's a level select code for this? Oh. Oh, wait, would you get to keep doing this? Yeah, see, I could just play this level all day. It's slightly weird that you have to play part of a platforming level to get to it. But, I mean, to be fair, I mean, the platforming is fine, so it's not like it's really that much of an issue. Wait, is this the main game? I don't trust that. I think you may be telling some fibs. But I'm going to carry on with this. You know, it's kind of amazing that a Flintstones game is a better version of Pac-Man than the Atari 2600 version of Pac-Man. In fact, I may like this more than the actual Game Boy version of Pac-Man. You know, it's easier to see where you're going, for one. You know, the limited, what was it, screen thing is less of a problem. But you didn't get this. What did the... So I'm guessing you looked up someone playing through this game, and they just didn't bother to play the Pac-Man level. Okay, well I'm gonna have to skip then. Okay. Yeah, here we go. This really does feel like Pac-Man World in a sense. It's just, okay, you go from a platforming game to Pac-Man. Yeah, definitely the surprise of the day, I'll tell you that. Yeah, it does sound like PC speaker a little bit. I don't mind the sound effects though, they're fine, you know. Like, PC speaker can sound okay, depending on what it's being used for. As long as it's not being used for music, because that usually ended up being a disaster. Usually. There are exceptions, I guess, but... yeah, it's not really what it was made for. Yeah, you know, SNES Flintstones. You know, get back to me when you get this in your game. See, like, you know, I don't ever see anyone talk about this game. And that makes me sad. Yeah, see, I think Sylphie did that. Oh. Oops, I beat the level. So is this really just, like, an entire, like, other game inside this Flintstones platformer game? Because I'm okay with that. Play this all day. Ooh. Imagine playing this with the sound off, like, just completely. I always find that amusing when games just allow you to turn all of the sound off. Especially on a Game Boy where having that option is kind of pointless. Yeah, see, this is where my Pac-Man skills come in handy. They come in useful, let's say. Whoa! Wait, what's going on with the ghost? So when I move the screen, the ghosts move around horizontally. Okay, that's kind of weird. Oh, wait, make sure you redo the level when you die. Ooh. Well, I'll see where the challenge comes in. But then again, I mean, you do get points reading the dots anyway, so... If you play it tactically, you can use that as a way to get more points. But I do note that, like, the ghosts move weirdly whenever you move horizontally. Oh, well, sometimes they do? Okay, that's just weird. Or maybe it's only certain ghosts that act that way, which is intriguing if true. Yeah, honestly, you know, I'm going to say for the record, I'm going to show my hand right away. I think this is better than Pac-Man on Game Boy. Just going to throw that out there. But yeah, I think Fred has an ace up his sleeve. Or maybe it's just a packet of Winstons, I'm not sure which. He's got that amazing tobacco smell on his side. You know, I actually do like the smell of tobacco because I'm weird like that. I grew up with it. I don't know what to tell you. Whoa. Okay. Maybe that's when my voice sounds the way it does. It's a PSA. Okay. Yeah, Tyler Pro is really good. I like Tyler Pro. I'm down with that too. Though there are definitely better alternatives, like what's it called? YYCHR. That one I want to say is the best game like that. Oh, game. It's the best. Yeah, like bitmap editor, let's say. You know, like you want to edit graphics in NES games or whatever. That's the best thing to use for it, I think. Twilight Pro is quite good, but it's a little bit limited by comparison. Also, it's just me, or are the ghosts getting a bit faster? Hard to tell. Ooh. I think I'm on the last life. I don't know if this game is a 0 life or not, but I don't trust it to have one, because a lot of games at this time did not. And I always think of Sonic, which did not have a 0 life. Whereas many... Well, actually, Mario didn't have a 0 life either. Not even on Game Boy, I don't think. Game Boy... Well, to be fair, I didn't have a Pac-Man for Game Boy back in the day. I had it on... Well, I had Pac-Man World on PlayStation, so if I wanted to play Pac-Man back in the day, that's how I'd play it. Yeah, Mario 3 had that, but the first game did not. I don't think the second game did either. Also, yeah, I think the ghosts are getting faster. Okay. So, does this affect the main game in any way? Also, yeah, there were other Flintstones games. There was one by Taito, I think, on Game Boy. I haven't played that one, but... Yeah, whether that one's any good, I don't know. I know the one on SNES that they did was meant to be pretty good. Ooh. Ah, what am I doing? Okay, I'm trying to play this with the analog stick, which is not ideal. Like, this is a game you really want a D-pad for. Or a 4-way joystick. Ooh. Oh! Okay. Hold on, did I waste all my power-ups immediately? I think I might have done. Oh! Okay, I pressed select, not realizing it would quit the game, but okay. I have to press start. Oh, it just goes back in. Okay. Okay, I guess it's play this game for 5 minutes and then you get access to a Pac-Man clone. Okay, you know, let's go back to the actual platforming bit. So, I didn't realise this. I thought this was meant to be just some weird, you know, prehistoric computer system. But no, it's literally an arcade cabinet. Which kind of makes sense. Okay, let's go back to the platforming action. Oh. Hold on. Can I land on that platform or not? Let me try this out. So I don't think that affects this main game in any way. Or if it does, oops. Or if it does, I don't know how. Yeah, I don't think I can land on the tree trunks. What happens if I... Oh. Nope, can't go that way. I can only go this way. Ooh. I mean, this really does look like a character that belongs in another game, but whatever. Okay, collect the bowling balls. So I think the bowling balls are like coins, or rings, or whatever. Just, you know, collect 100 of... Ooh. Collect 100 of them and you get an extra life. Yeah. John Goodman. Do you think this is the best John Goodman game? Oh. Oops. That was my fault. But yeah, do you think this is the best John Goodman game, or would you give that to Pissed? So I'd say which one's better, really. Yeah, let's try this jump again. So I don't know if the power-ups respawn after you die, but let's take a look anyway. I don't think they do. Because there was an E there before. No, there isn't. Yeah, Pissed. But imagine, like, a parody adventure game, but with Fred Flintstone. Also, if you hold down the A button, you just jump forever. Which might be useful in places, but I haven't figured out the use for it yet. Yeah, so it doesn't respawn the bowling balls, for instance. Is there anything to the left? Yeah, I thought maybe I could go through the wall, but I guess not. Yeah, it's got original John Goodman. But, you know, SNES has that weird digitized John Goodman face. Here we go. I don't know. Like, because they did make a sequel to the Flintstones film, and I think John Goodman was in that, even though he really didn't want to be. Ooh, okay, what is this? Ow, let's see. Oh no! Okay, I got an idea. Aha! Is that it? Or does it get a 0 hit? Oh, no, apparently we both get 0 hits. So I win! Hooray! Oh, he's not in Viva Rock Vegas. Yeah, see, I've never seen that one, so I don't know. I know that there was a PS2 game based on it. I thought he only says that when you decide not to continue, though. But, okay, here we go. Bonuses... Oh, what is this? Oh, oh, we get to go bowling? See where this game handles this. This is going to be like bowling and Atari. Do you think this is going to be any relation to Barney's bowler armor? Help Fred win the Bedrock bowling competition. So this is turning into the Master System game. A little bit. Oh, pick up some extra... Okay, using the A or B buttons and moving the arrow to aim the ball. Use either button to select power. Oh, I see. Okay. The bigger your score, the more lives you win. Hooray! I did notice that one of the other minigames was memory, so I don't know about that. Full power! Oh. Is there a way to, like, aim, like aim to the left or right? I guess not. Okay. 007. Oh. I'm not sure how the physics work in this. So is it just a case of the faster the ball is, the more pins you knock down? Not sure. So I'm trying to play this strategically. It's not working. Yeah, I think it's just try to go as fast as possible. I've got to at least try to get a spare. Oh. Maybe that's not foolproof. Also, there is a bit of lag introduced by the capture device. So that may be an issue. Oh, that was great. Oh. Yep, I'm doing as well as this as I do in real life. I can't get the timing down. I think it is the capture device is the problem. So yeah, I got 10 rounds of this, I think. Oh. Yeah, so the delay is making this way harder than it should be. It's kind of the same problem I had with that golf game on Dreamcast. I think if I was playing this on a real Game Boy, this would be easier. Actually, I'm not sure, because that had like some weird lag on the screen as well. But I guess if I was playing this on, I don't know, like GBA SP maybe? Be easier? Oh, come on. That had to have been like at least 7. So I guess don't go for max power. Yeah, I'm trying to figure out the strategy for this, and I haven't got it down. Yeah, I guess blue maybe? Okay. I don't think Barney is in this. Or at least not in this level. Oh! I got a 1-up! Hooray! Well. Got something out of it. I do like the UK spelling in this. I wonder if it was like that in the American version as well. They just didn't bother to change it for that one. There we go. Bam Gam gets scared and runs away. Oh. Wait, do we get to play as Barney now? What's going on? Oh, who played Barney in the film? Was it Rick Moranis? I can't remember. Okay, so what do we actually do in this level? Is it just regular platforming or... Oh. Is it just collect the teddy bears? But again, look at that background. That's actually really good for Game Boy. I gotta give him credit. Okay, so it was Rick Moranis. Okay. I couldn't remember. I do not remember the film. Oh. Okay, don't touch the baby because you take damage, I guess? I don't know. It's got a slight Mario Cement Factory vibe to this. And I do mean slight. It plays nothing like it, but you know. It's got the pulley system from that game, I guess. So what am I actually supposed to do here? Is it just collect the teddy bears and win? Let's see. The hits. Oh no, did Bam Bam fall off the level? Hope not. Okay, what is going on with it? Ooh. Oh no, there's more. I see. Can I climb on this? I guess not. Also, this looks nothing like Rick Moranis, I've got to be honest. Well, I'm going down. But I thought it was like a death pit, you know? Also, I can just jump on the baby. Okay, that's pretty good. So yeah, Barney just goes around torturing babies, I guess. Oh. No, apparently that's not Bam Bam. It's hard to tell with the graphics on this, but okay. But I don't know, I mean, usually in games like this you go down and you just fall into a pit and die, including this game, on the first level anyway. Oh. Here we go. Toys. I read that as tots for a second. The tater tots. So I think we've established that Barney is a child abuser. In the sense that he just jumps on them. Which is not really something you're supposed to do usually. Yeah, see, Barney... See, Fred wouldn't do that. You know, Fred cares about his children too much. Barney, he'd just drop a child on his head and have no remorse. You know, that's why Rick Moranis quit acting after this. See, this is why they couldn't do Honey, I Shrunk the Kids 2. Even though they kind of did with, you know... Was it Honey, I Blew Up the Kid? I think Rick Moranis was in that. Just the one where the baby just becomes massive. It's kind of like Honey, I Shrunk the Kids, but inverse. Oh! That's a problem. Okay, how do you get up there? I don't know. I don't think it really matters that much anyway. But, yeah, so I assume I don't go down on this bit, because I think that's just a pit. Yep, totally is. So I got a couple of lives anyway. I love this, it's just... Yeah, you can just jump on babies as much as you want. I mean, like, I thought jumping on the dinosaurs in the first level was bad enough. I'll say, remember not to do those Cheetah Men voices again, because my voice was kind of shredded after that stream, let me tell you. Really bad idea to try to do those voices. I mean, you probably feel that in my voice today. A little bit. Okay, that's a good sprite. No, it's me, Barney. How may I help you? What is this? Like, where did his legs go? It's like that whole thing that Fred does where he makes his head disappear. Ooh, there's the mother load. Yeah, here we go. Give me all of them. I mean, I assume I can go back earlier in the level to get the rest, but I don't think it's necessarily worth that. Oh! Also, that background object, I mean, I know it's meant to be a bone, but, it looks like a different kind of bone. I'm sorry, but it really does. Oh, wait, bowl? We get to go bowling? No, I think it's just a background object. Yeah, okay, it won't let me. The Pac-Man dinosaur. Oh, okay, let's not fall to our doom via the bowling alley. I've had enough struggles with bowling today. So I assume it's just go from left to right and then win. It's not like just this sign with an M on it. Do you think Mario's taking over? Do you think we are entering the Granddad universe? So look at this. Ooh, I like that. Yeah, it turns out it's just a breakfast bowl. Maybe it's this. For a second I thought the music was turning into the Halloween theme. That'd be an interesting turn. Barney versus Michael Myers. Whoa! Oh, it's turned into Sonic now, look at this. Woo! Hey, no more port to the game, man. Anyway. Is it just playing this tune because I'm low on health? Or is it something else? I don't know. There are many mysteries to the Flintstones, the movie, the game, on Game Boy. Oh, okay, I probably shouldn't have jumped there, but I'll go away with it. See, unlike Adventure Island 2, you don't get killed the instant you go anywhere near anything that looks like it might be dangerous. Ooh. Okay, what's down here? Oh. Yep, just go back to earlier in the level, I guess. It's Stephen Baldwin? What else did he do? Because I didn't recognise the name offhand. So I know Rick Moranis wasn't really acting at that point. Yeah! Okay. Yeah, give me that. Oh. Yeah, these dinosaurs are a sod. Okay, so you don't have to hit them consecutively at least. So that is something. Oh, hold on. I think this is it. Okay, I like that. That had to have been the film. Toysaurus? Toy-S-Aurus? Oh, is this going to be Pac-Man or is this going to be a different game? I do want to see what this is. After I've collected all these toys. Oh, lucky number 13. There we go. So what is this going to be? Is this going to be Pac-Man or is... Oh, here we go. Snake. And I got 2 credits to play Snake. Does this game have a password system? Because I don't remember. Oh god, Biodome. Whew. I've not heard great things about that one, but oh, here we go. Yeah, the Sonic 3 special stage, but overhead. Well, I'm joking, of course. This is just the Snake game. In fact, I mean, there was that game Serpent that I played in one of the previous streams, which is like a 2-player version of this. Yeah, I mean, this is fine. It's kind of funny that we are coming across variations of games that are similar to games that I've covered that were just like this with a whole game. I mean, hell, the Watara Supervision had like 2 versions. Yeah, Watara Supervision had, what, 2 of these games? Yeah, Snake Roy. I wish I had Snake Roy. Okay, so you can't... Okay, so you can't press the direction that you're moving away from to crash into your own head and die. So that's a big point in its favour, because you know you're playing a bad Snake clone if it lets you do that. And this doesn't let you do that, so that's good. So you do get points for that. Yeah, I'd love to get Snake Roy. I want to cover Snake Roy one day, but sadly I do not have that game. At least not for now. Oh. See that for a combo. I'm playing this with lag too, from the stream device, which makes this a lot harder again. Okay, let's try this again. I have no idea how it did that, especially playing this with a GameCube stick, which is again not great for this. It works for some games and not so well for others, like the it works fine for the platforming in Flintstones. This, I'm not so sure about. It really is like they just had a bunch of, like, games that they just had. Oh. Do I have it? Okay, so I do get 0 life. Oh, it moved all the things around. Interesting. See, the thing about Snake Roy is that it has an amazing cutscene at the beginning. And that might give it the edge over... Oh. Okay, that was my fault. Oops. But yeah, that might give it the edge over this game. If if I ever get around to ranking that one. But there we go. That's Snake on the Game Boy. If you, just in case you played Serpent and was like, I really want a one-player version of that. But yeah, so I get it. The C is the credits for the arcade games. Is this the boss fight? No, it's just just another section, I see. Okay, let's avoid the dreidel, whatever that is. I don't know. Is Judaism a thing in the Flintstones world, or is this before that time? Before Christ? You know, it's kind of funny, because, like, with the Simpsons game, I wanted to quit that game in, like, the first 2 minutes. I'm playing this and I'm like, you know what? I wouldn't mind going back and just trying to play through this whole thing at some point. Maybe in my own time. I don't know. It's not necessarily a game I want to stream through. But I do at least want to see what level 3 looks like. Because, you know, we've got a level with Fred and a level with Barney. I want to see another level with Fred. Or maybe we get to play as Wilma, or something like that. That would be interesting. Also, yeah, the added color in this does make certain sections a bit easier than they should be. Oh, we got another game. Let's do it. Dino Invaders. Oh, here we go. Well, we're definitely playing Invaders. Again, I have no idea if this actually does anything in the actual game. I don't think it does. It's just like, you know, you want a diversion from the from the main game? Well, here's Space Invaders for you. Because, hey, everyone likes Space Invaders. Though it has to be said, Space Invaders, the Western release on Game Boy, that game is untouchable. I'm trying to beat that game's a hard sell, let's be honest. Because that game is just so good. Actually, it's funny, I was in a game shop earlier today, and they had a copy of Space Invaders 91, like the Genesis version. Oh, give me that. Oh no, now they're firing back. Also, I can't just hold down the button like I can in the main game. It's got a feel of Space Armada for the Intellivision, actually. So, what even are these faces? Because they're not dinosaur faces, surely. It's nothing like that. So, I don't know what these faces are I'm trying to destroy. Oh. Well, the game definitely picks up in difficulty, I can tell you that. Yeah! See, now this is what the Flintstones is about. Shoot weird faces in the air and a clone of Space Invaders. Yeah. What it feels like to smoke Winston cigarettes. I'm sorry, I will never not make fun of the Winston thing. I mean, because it's kind of funny, nowadays people look back on the Flintstones as a kid's show, when it really kind of wasn't supposed to be. Which is meant to be like a sitcom, but in cartoon form. And then it kind of got retrofitted to being seen as a kid's show? I don't know. Oh, give me that. Give me the S. But hey, 128 points. it's like a pittance of points in this one. Yeah, there's something really weird about the just like bonus mini games. It's like, though it is kind of amazing that the mini games in this are infinitely better than the actual Simpsons game I was playing at the start of the stream. But that's how it is. Like this mini game alone is better than, like, probably at least a good third of the games I've played so far. Like, just on the list in full. Because this I could just play all day. I mean, would I play this or the actual Game Boy Space Invaders? I mean, the thing is, Game Boy Space Invaders, the one that got released in Europe, that one is, like, one of the best versions of Space Invaders ever made. And this can't really compare to that, because, well, that version is just that good. But yeah, I can see what you mean by feature creep. I don't think it's necessarily a bad thing, though, because, you know, the minigames are optional. If you just want to focus on beating the actual platforming levels, you can do that. But I'm just messing about with these minigames, partly for the sake of, like, ranking the game later. Also because I just like messing. Also because this is just my kind of game anyway, so it's like, why not? Ugh! No, can't get it. Faces are blocking my shots. So they seem to start closer to the floor now. Just like they did on the Atari. Oh. Yeah, just like they did on the Atari version. 2600. Ugh. Okay. Can I collect... Okay, so I've got an extra life. Cool. What happens if they land? Is that just like instant game over, or do you just lose a life? I'm pretty sure in the original Space Invaders it was just like an instant game over. In fact, this game is strangely reminiscent of the Jungle Tax Space Invaders clone that they did for like plug-and-play tag. Yeah, there's a definite like gradual increase in difficulty. Like I've played like the real Space Invaders cabinet, and this definitely doesn't ramp up in difficulty the same way that game does. Oh, wait, now I've got 2 shots. Here we go. Oh, and I died. Cool. Yeah, this is a Game Boy player on the GameCube. Can you guess what game I'm playing yet? Charlie. No one give it away. But, yeah, if you can guess what game this is, I'll give you a cookie. Or try to anyway. I don't know how that works over the internet, but... I'll give you a clue, it's not Space Invaders. Oh. One of these days, I need to, like, stream Game Boy Space Invaders. Just because that game's so good. Oh, yeah! Okay. Give me the speed up token. Oh, seems to speed the enemies up too. Oh, I got another power-up, cool. Oh god, it's like getting the power-ups in Twinbee. You get more than one, it's like, oh, good luck controlling it. Well, I'm on my last life, but... To be fair, I do at least want to see what level 3 looks like. Yes. Let's see how fast I can go. I think this is it. This is the maximum. Okay, what happens if they land? You know, I want to see this now. I don't think I can. Okay. There we go. 391. See if you can beat that. They don't really look like dinosaurs, though. They just look like weird faces. But there we are. So here we are, back to the main game. Okay, do we get to see a boss fight in a bit? Okay, bounce up for... Ah, here we go. Give myself an extra credit. Also, yeah, I don't think the B button does anything. Or if it does, I can't figure it out. Oh, see if I can do this. No, okay, that's just a background object, never mind. Whoa, okay, what is this? This is like the cover art for The Miracle by Queen. Where they just like fuse all their heads together. It looks weird. How long is this? Okay, this level is real long. Like, I mean, this is what, like the 6th or 7th part we're on right now, I think. So this feels like a level out of, like, rope. Oh, okay, I just realized that the ceiling's going down. This may be a problem. But yeah, this almost feels like a level from RoboCop. Ugh. Come on, Barney, you can do it. I may have messed about too much. Oh. Okay, so you just gotta be super quick. Yeah, a bit of a beginner's trap, I think. Ugh. Okay, I thought that was a pit, but it wasn't. Is there a trick to this? Because... No. Okay, you just gotta do it like that, and you're fine. Well, some variation. Oh, no! Okay, this may be a problem. Okay, so this bit... Okay, you just gotta be super quick. It's like trying to do Quick Man stage in Mega Man 2. Oh, no! Okay, I thought I could walk through that platform, but I couldn't. Oh, wait! Okay, that's how that works, I see. So it doesn't go down all the way. I thought it did. Yeah, what is this section doing? Like, so I think we're in a toy shop. That doesn't really explain it. Oh. No, this is more like a Dustman, actually, now that I think about it. Or maybe Barney is just having a nightmare. It's hard to tell. Here we go. Though, I have to say, Barney in this game, he looks a little bit like Dwayne. But tried to... in a Barney cosplay, I guess. You know what I'm talking about. Dwayne! And just the amazing dance that I can't do. Also, if I press R, I can do that. I messed up the jump. Thankfully, there's no timer, so I can just wait here forever. Yeah, they got no adults allowed. So this crushing. Oh no! Okay, I can't do that. Well, I had a tank hit there. I'm trying to figure out what I can walk past and what I can... Oh, okay. Oh, you sod. What is the snake doing? Oh, come on, I landed on that. Okay, apparently that's it. So where do I start from when I continue? Oh, no, I have to redo the whole level? Okay, that's a problem. Because the level is so long, that's the problem. But, yeah, take care, Electric Boogaloo. I think I'll end the game here. Yeah, the Flintstones, the movie, the game. That is an intriguing one, I've got to be honest. It was very different to what I expected. I was just expecting I don't know, just a standard shitey platformer. Similar to the SNES game. But no, it's very different. And I have to say, I'm impressed. Reasonably. Also, hello Jan, how are you doing? Is this better or worse than RoboCop? RoboCop had the better soundtrack. But the Flintstones had Space Invaders, Pac-Man, and Snake. It's a difficult one. RoboCop is more style. I guess the thing is, with the Flintstones, you know, thinking about it, the levels are quite long, and it's like you gotta, like, you run out of lives, you gotta do the whole thing again, which is kind of a problem, I think. This is a tough one. I can't decide if I like this more than RoboCop or not. Yeah, I do like it, but I think I like RoboCop just a little bit more. But is it better than Mr. Chin's Gourmet Paradise? Because it's like, okay, you put Space Invaders and Pac-Man up against Ninja Jajomaru-kun. It's a difficult one. It's a very difficult one. I mean, it's better than Solomon's Club, I think. Yeah, I think it's better than Mr. Chin's Gourmet Paradise. It's not quite as good as RoboCop, though. RoboCop just has that edge with the soundtrack. But you know what? I got to give Ocean and Twilight Games credit. They outdid themselves. I was expecting shite, and somehow ended up with something that outdoes Dr. Mario in quality. So there we go. But we're not done with this multi-cart yet. So let's see what else is on here. So, Super Mario Land, Dr. Manio, yes. Cat Trap, Master Caretaker, Penguin Land, Sugarban, Flipple, Fushigina? Let's try that. I'm not sure how this is Fushigi anything. I'm not sure about this. Yeah, it turns out... Yeah, welcome to the Japanese version of the Flintstones game. Is this any different to the regular one? No, it just looks to be just the Flintstones game on... Yeah. So, are these just all going to be the same games? But just with different titles? Where they just pretend that they're other games that they're not? So, like, Rodland is, of course... yeah, welcome to Rodland. You remember that bit in Rodland where the main character had a mustache and then ate a mushroom and got big? Oh, that's not the Rodland you remember? Oh, I'm sorry, this is... Yeah, this is not your grandfather's Rodland. Okay, welcome to the new age. Yeah. So, you know, I'll give Ocean credit, but I will give no credit to the people who made this multi-cart for being a bunch of lying bastards. For destroying all your hopes and dreams by saying that they have Mr. Do. You know, like you dare to claim to have Mr. Do, and all you give me is coal. This multi-cart gets a 0. That's all I'll say to that. No. In fact, let's go to a game on the other page, just in case. You know, I mean, surely they wouldn't lie about including Trump Boy. Like, you wouldn't lie about including Trump Boy. Why would you lie about including Trump Boy? What, was Sokoban even on that list with the other games? Hold on, what's going on? I mean, to be fair, this does have like 15 games with the Flintstones game on here, but yeah, I mean, you want to play Kid Icarus, you won't want to look somewhere else. So let's move on to another cartridge that I want to cover. One that hopefully actually has the games that it claims to have. Mr. Do in all caps. You need to emphasise the Mr. Do quality. So, welcome to the Matchless 23-in-1, featuring James Bond, some other characters that you can barely see because of the blurry camera. Let's do it. I think this one actually was dumped. Oh. Okay, let's try not to ruin the label by sticking this in the Game Boy player. Oh, what's it doing? Oi, I'll have you know Mr. Do was a classic. So, let's get this working. Oh, you sod. Of course I want it to be an arsehole. It's always the multi-carts that have the most poorly fitted on labels. They are the most awkward to get working for some reason. Just to spite me. Always these ones. Okay. Here we go. Matchless 23-in-1, featuring all your favourite games, 007 James Bond, Dracula 3, Donkey Kong 4, because we all know there was a 4th Donkey Kong game for Game Boy, Felix the Cat, Snoopy 2, Tasmania 2, Xenon 2. Do you want to bet these are all really sequels to other games? Goal, and then a whole bunch of filler games. So let's do the James Bond game. Oh, here we go. Also, yeah, this is a Nintendo game, by the way. This is literally a first-party game that I wasn't even aware of until I got this cartridge. You think this does the James Bond theme justice? Yeah, I think John Barry spinning in his grave if you heard this. Actually, no, it's not too bad. Okay. Try playing this one. This is one that I never got into, so... Oh, yeah, that's right. This is one with, like, a save feature. Okay, depending on how in-depth this game is, we may have to... I may have to look into this one off-stream. Yo, the name's Bond. JP Bond. No, apparently it's JP Bow. Won't even let me put in JP Bond. Wonderful. Okay, we have to go to China. What is this? Decoder Bond. Now that you have arrived in China, we can provide you with more details on your mission. MI6 received a tip from an operative that a large arms ring is in operation. Okay, what's going on here? Talking to people may prove helpful. Is this going to be like that Mito Komon game on Famicom? Or is this going to be like Metal Gear? We look forward to hearing from you, 007. Okay, so I guess B is talk and A is punch, I think? Yeah, I need to look up that song later. Yeah, JP Bow. The name's Bow. JP Bow. Okay, so they're just talking about med kits. That's it. Okay, who's this man? Oh no, is this going to be one that... Is this going to be like that Cartoon Network game? Where it's like, okay, you got all the Cartoon Network characters, and you just go around collecting objects for them. So, okay, get the sun cream for Johnny Bravo. You know, get the yo-yo for Blossom. And then a copy of the Sunday Times for Chicken from Cow and Chicken. I don't know. It was a Flash game from back in the day. You know, it was on the Cartoon Network website. Repairman. So what is this game? Has anyone played this game? Like, is this it? Like, James Bond just goes walk around talking to people? And then eventually punches someone? It has to feel of one of those weird, like, nice code RPGs. That's what it makes me think of. Must go through the temple to reach it. The Legend of James Bond. I am 007. Hamburger is great. What is this? Okay, so I get that the B button is to talk. I don't get the animation though. It's like, is he holding out a microphone? Like, gonna interview them? I mean, to be fair, this is literally a Nintendo published game, so I guess it kind of makes sense. So the problem is, I can't go through this. So it's like, I have to find a hammer, but I have to find where the hammer is first. So I'm not sure if I can rank this one, at least today. I mean, this isn't the hammer, surely. No. There has to be something I'm missing. So start... Yeah, so I don't think the save feature works on this. Oh, it's block. I see. But yeah, I don't think the save feature works on this. So this menu doesn't really have anything yet. What happens if I save and continue? Does it break the game? No. So yeah, I don't think the save feature works on this. Yeah, I'm not sure if I'll be able to do this one today. You know, it's kind of funny. They did release GoldenEye 007 on the Switch. Maybe they'll end up re-releasing this game. I mean, if Quest for Camelot can get a re-release, then surely James Bond 007 for Game Boy can as well. This isn't like an adventure game where you have to talk to the same people twice, do you? There's got to be something in this building. There has to be. But, like, I don't really know how finding objects really... Oh! What's that? Oh, it's a med kit. I see. So I've got the med kit. Is there a hammer in here? Or do I talk to the people who were asking me about the med kits earlier? This is James Bond 007 for Game Boy. I take it you haven't played this one. I mean, I only played this one very briefly and didn't really understand what the game was about. I'm going to just try to see if I can find a hammer. Please, James Bond, don't hurt them. Even though you're a detective, but you know... Well, detective, you know. Oh! I found the hammer! Problem solved. Now we can see what the next part is. So I want to at least get some combat. How do I... Okay, how do I show him the hammer? Here we go. Wait, do I press the... Ah, here we go. Combat later... Oh, I keep pressing the A button when I press select. Yeah, the menus take a bit getting used to, I think. Make it plus the log. Well, I mean, I've already got max health. So it's like, well, I've found the med kit. Oh, I found a second med kit. Wonderful. Okay. Yeah, so I'll just, like, hammer the B button, or just walking around various locations. So I'm just going to scan the houses one more time in case it does, like, the classic adventure game trick of, now we suddenly spawned an item in this place that wasn't there before, even though you've already checked it. I feel like this is the kind of game that would do that. I wonder if you get to get a fishing rod and it just turns into a fishing minigame at some point. Yeah, pretty much all just saying the same things. Okay. So, is the bridge fixed? Hooray, it is! Wonderful. Well, thank you. Okay, I might need to get the, I keep pressing the wrong button. But yeah, I need to get the punch out at this point, I think. There we go. Or actually, no. Maybe I'm supposed to use the block button as well. Master's Temple is to the north. There's a very beautiful one. Yeah, I think I can guess who the love interest is going to be. Okay, stun the temple guards, I see. So how do I stun them? Do I just punch them? Or do I have to do something else? Well, it's James Bond. Do that with anyone. Because... unless they're a villain. If they're a villain, then it won't work. Then sometimes it does anyway. Because James Bond, I guess. What happens if I start punching people? Okay, so this is about it, really. So just search every bed. Just take everyone's belongings from them. Because you're James Bond and you don't care. Okay, what's in here? Okay, so you gotta go to the east. So I assume that just means go right. So that's usually how that works in these games. Like karate dojo, what? I thought this was meant to be China. Are they just getting like... are they just getting the Asian countries just mixed up? Wait, hold on, what's that? Once one blocks his attack, he... okay, so it's basically block and then get a hit in. That's basically how that works. So that's what the block button is for. You are like a fish in this pond. Yeah, James Pond. That's what we're going to call you from now on when we throw you into it. It's kind of amazing that they're still re-releasing James Pond 2 to this day. Ooh. I don't believe Mr. Bond is on the guest list. Oh, here we go. Bond, unfortunate, but I'm afraid I will let myself in. You will have to go through me first. Okay, so it's like RoboCop on the NES. As long as you just mash the block button, you're fine. Okay, well, we've seen that set already. Oh god, it really is like Zelda. It's like one of the dungeons. So I don't think I took any damage there. The temple has many secrets. So I think I know what they mean. Yeah, like, I mean, to be fair, like, really, what is the difference between Brunei and Kazakhstan anyway? Does anyone know? Ooh. Great, so it was like a puzzle thing, I guess. Yeah, I'm probably going to have to look into this one more in depth after the stream. Try to figure this one out. Oh. Where I'll find the enlightenment? Hold on, what's going on here? Ah! So I found a secret room. Hey! A secret door! A secret floor! Yeah, the Daikatana Game Boy game, I never played it, but it looks fine. Which is interesting. Oh, we got a key. Okay, let's equip the key. So it says safe key, so I'm guessing it's not for any of these. Yeah, I'm going to assume it's for like a different graphic entirely. Yeah, okay, so there's the safe on the top right. No. I'm using the key on the safe. Okay, here we go. Oh, and that James Bond theme kicks in. Welcome, Mr. Bond. I hope you've enjoyed your stay in China. It appears your visa is about to expire. Thanks for the notice. I'll have to renew it when I'm done. Here. Oh no. Oh no, what is this? Hold on, what is going on? So does the block not work on this bit? Well, I'll try the med kit. So we've got the punch and... Well, I don't think the secret plans are going to be much use in this room. Okay, so just hammer the A button and you may win. Ha! Good night, darling. I'll see myself out. Ooh. There really is a Zelda feel to this. Oh, okay, I can't go back to the right. Okay, let's talk to this man. Help! He attacked... Oh. Okay, let's escape. Oh, is that just like instant use health? Oh, see, the problem is they attack you the instant that you appear on screen, basically. Yeah, here we go. So hold down block. I think that's the strategy. Just hold down the block button. Yeah, so the combat's actually quite easy once you know what you're doing. Yeah. Where's Jaden Smith when they need him? Or Ralph... what was his name? Ralph Macchio? Macchio? I forget his name, but the dude from the original Karate Kid. I don't know. I always think of him in My Cousin Vinny, to be honest, but... Yeah, this is literally 1998, so this was very late era Game Boy. And like I say, this is literally a Nintendo game, so... Which is kind of interesting. I guess GoldenEye, I think, was also published by Nintendo. So I guess it kind of explains it a little bit. But yeah, this was early 1998, so we're talking, you know, very late in the day for the Game Boy. I think this is after Pokemon, even. I do enjoy the James Bond tunes for this. So there we go. Health is mostly back. Nestor's Funky Bowling. Yeah, I never played that. I'm not familiar with the Virtual Boy. It's just not something I've really got into. Oh, I'm going to talk about this combat though. This is it. Yep. They've really put up a big fight here. Oh, I've got to fight 3 of them now. Yeah, red and black. I mean, there are emulators where you can change it to white and black. Which should just help. Well, my health's back to full. So I should be fine. So is the whole mission just, okay, go back to the bottom right corner of the area? Hold on. There's got to be something here, surely. I'll have to do something here later on. In fact, I think the Quest for Camelot game is a little bit reminiscent of this. Though, I want to say this is better than that, though, to be fair. A very skilled fighter, just stand in place doing this, and then punch the enemy once, and then you win. Oh. Okay, I can't go through this way because this woman's hat is blocking the way. Oh no, you don't. See, I was holding B that time. Oh, he's taking more hits now. That's where the challenge comes in. Gotta press the B button 4 times. Oh, you bastard. Yeah, I mean, this game does feel mundane, it has to be said. Like, it doesn't necessarily feel all that James Bond-esque. Like, you compare this to GoldenEye. It's just, I don't know. I'm not totally sure where the whole James Bond thing comes into it. Yeah, it's just James Bond going and doing remedial tasks. Menial tasks, whatever. I suppose either works, really. And I mean, you look at this combat, and you see how basic it is. Like, this is it. You just hold B, eventually press the A button, and then that's it. It's like, it's not even a challenge. I guess that's the thing, you take a look at a game like Kung Fu Master, where the combat was more or less fine. Yeah, there was a challenge to it. And the combat here, there isn't really any challenge to it, which is kind of a problem. Oh, is that it? Yep, this totally appears Brosnan. They've really paid for the likeness rights for this one. Okay, so here we are back with M. Is this M? I have to assume. It feels like that they're already resorting to using graphics from the previous level. So I'm guessing this is just you go in here and then talk to Q, and they tells you what to do. Oh, sorry, that's... Is that M? I'm sorry, that looks like a balding man. That does not look like... That is not Judi Dench. I'm sorry. Maybe it's like the man from... is it Skyfall? Who they got to take over from Judi Dench? I don't know. Oh, hold on. I have to show the plans, I think. Yeah, I mean, there's no reason to have the punch out in this section. But, let's see. They mentioned a man called Iqbal. Contacting the Middle East. 008. Okay, so we have to go back to... Well, I say back. We have to go to the Middle East, basically. Let's see how different it looks compared to China. Yeah, Dr. No. I mean... I'm trying to figure what my favourite Bond film is. I mean, I might say Casino Royale. That was a good one. GoldenEye's a classic. I'm not the biggest James Bond fan in the world, but there are some good ones. But it's one of those things where they do varying quality, and they go some weird places, like Moonraker, where he goes into space. I'm not Q, and you're not Q either, but okay. Where is Q? Is that him? In the chair? Yeah, here we go. Don't touch that. So what? Oh, I see. So that's just like a man in a chair. What? Oh! Now we get a gun. Well, that's more like it. I'm not Q. Never said you were. Are you Fur Q, maybe? So what? Oh. Okay, I like that. It's like... Yeah, James Bond just crushes a man inside a sofa. Because he's a bastard who doesn't know how sofas work. Hit it in the data bank. Oh, med kit, I guess. Yes, I did. Okay, so what do I actually do at this point? Do I just talk to Q again? Take this keychain. Okay. So do I have to go back to M and then start the mission, I guess? Yeah, this is it. I'm sorry, that does not look like M. I'm sorry. Like, that's just not M. I refuse to believe that that is M in any way, shape, or form. It's like, no. Next time you're in China... I'm sure he can afford it, to be fair. Okay, let's go back out. Here we go, to good old Kurdistan. Is that Turkey? Or is that just near Turkey? Oh. we don't like British people around here. Well, it's a good thing I'm not there then. Okay, I'll take a look through this area and then I'll probably call it. See what this is about. The man to the west has been known to scheme with our newest prisoner? Okay. Oh, I've got a med kit. So do I get to keep the items from the previous level? So we've got a pistol, med kit, stun keychain, and a heavy vest. Oh. I was hoping it would come up with like bear on the bottom. But no, they do not do that. Oh, okay, this may be a problem. I might need to get a gun out for this bit. What happens if I talk to him? I cannot talk to him. Oh, okay. Because I was like, surely at least part of it's in Turkey. Like, there's an area called Batman in Turkey. Not like that. No, I'm going to get the pistol out for this bit. So, will this man try to shoot me? No. He just kind of stands there. Can I not talk to these people? Because I can't walk inside the door. Maybe I have to select block. No. So they're not trying to kill me, but they're not really doing anything. Okay, I could talk to this man. We've caught this criminal. Just this one man stuck in, like, baby jail. Yeah, Batman. Do you think that's where Batman bin Superman comes from? So I can't even talk to some of them. They just refuse to talk. Like, what's going on here? Is that a fly? Or is that meant to be like... Or is that like the, you know, the Predator? You know, when he, like, aims his shot at unsuspecting people? Is that what this is meant to be? I don't think it is. Because it's completely the wrong film franchise. But what's in here? Scheme! What? Okay, I did not skip anything. He just yells, scheme! He does not know what he's talking about. My cousin was not arrested for stealing that old man's lamp. I'm sorry, what does this have to do with James Bond in any capacity? I mean, this may as well be Johnny English at this rate. God, I mean... Oh, what did I get? I picked up a gold ring. Almost looks like it says cold ring, but no, gold ring it is. Okay, I'll probably move on from this in a bit, but I do want to see a bit of gunplay, if it's possible. But yeah, it's mostly just you just go around and talk to people. I wonder how long this game is, because if it's got a save feature, I imagine it's a decent length. Those cows? I can't even tell. Do 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 do. This is the wrong side. Oops, wrong side. So what is this thing? Is that just a background element, or would that actually hurt me if I touch it? No, I think it's just... We knew how to program this into the game, let's just do it. Okay. What am I supposed to do here? Do I punch my way through this? No. I suppose I use the gold ring. No. Maybe I have to present the gold ring to someone? What happens? No. I don't really get it. It's either... Yeah, because it just says it doesn't open from this side. So I have to find a way to get to the other side. But oh. Halt. No entrance here unless you have a... Oh. So I don't have a pass. I don't think. Unless the gun is a pass. I don't think I could shoot him, though. Okay, oh. Do I have to go back to the beginning? See, this is just kind of tedium. What do I say to that? Just kind of... See, this is not really what I think of when I think of James Bond video games. I've mislaid my machete. Oh. Yes, my neighbour took my machete. Turns out it was Danny Trejo the whole time. Been hiding in Kurdistan. Here we go. You are very suspicious, Mr. Bond. How did he know who Bond is? They don't really elaborate on that point before you go to the mission. So, yep, just all these people just happen to know who James Bond is. But okay, we found the machete, so I assume I give that to the man in the other room. I wonder if there's like a thing where you give the thing to the wrong person and it ends the game. Keep it with a blessing, use it as a promise. Oh, I see. So, yeah. So now I can just use the machete as a weapon. I assume. Because I can't imagine what else you'd use it for. So, I got a goat, but I can't make the goat talk. Yeah, so I don't know who that is. Oh. Unless maybe there's something hidden in this field with goats. I don't know. Am I allowed to go through here? Yes. But I don't know what for. Okay, so how do I talk to his cousin? Because, like, he's stuck in prison. I mean, it'd probably be quite effective at doing that. You just got to be extra careful. You know. But then again, when you cook anything, you got to be extra careful anyway, so. At least you are if you're me. Can I talk to this man? Caught trying to steal a lamp. Okay, I don't know what to do here. I'm not supposed to use the machete, am I? No, I don't think any of these are really going to help. Okay. Oh! Okay, so I used the gold ring and now he says something different. Need some paper. Yeah, so it literally is just you go around and collect a bunch of items and then just travel around the map. And then that's it. So it's like, okay, I assume I go back to the other man. See what he wants. Yeah, so he doesn't really seem to have anything else to do. So I don't know what to do at this point. Because I didn't get an item from the cousin. You know what, let's just see what happens if I try to fire my gun at these random NPCs. Let's try this out. Because I would at least fire a pistol. Oh. Oh, okay, I got extra bullets, so maybe that is... Maybe I am supposed to do that after all. Nope, won't let me shoot in there. Yeah, so I don't know what to do at that point. Yep, that's it. 52 bullets, it's the magic number. Oh, hold on. Maybe I used the machete to cut through the grass? Yes! Okay, so now this is just going full-on Zelda at this point. It's like, yeah. We played Link to the Past once. We're gonna just make... We're gonna make a James Bond game out of that. I don't know. I don't really get it. It's just weird. It's like, yes, James Bond has literally become Link at this point. I mean, I am amused by that, in a sense. But again, in terms of the whole feeling James Bond-esque, I'm not entirely convinced. Well, may as well just ignore these dudes. Yep, grab that, even though I don't actually need it. That's far too dark. Oh, great. Yeah, okay, I'm probably going to end the game here. So, it is worth it to see that. I don't even know what to say about that. But yeah, James Bond for Game Boy. What do we even say to that? Well, it's not as good as the Flintstones, which is a weird thing to say, but it's true. It's not as good as Flintstones. It's not as good as Yar's Revenge, The Kotal Ultimatum. Certainly not as good as Mr. Do. As weird as the Game Boy version is, it's not on that level. It's not as good as Clax. I mean, there is something to it. It's weird. It's like Nintendo was like, let's make Zelda, but make it James Bond. And those are very two desperate elements that don't really mesh together all that well, I don't think. It's interesting. I don't think it's a bad game, but it's also, I don't know, it is kind of tedious. The combat is very basic. There are things about it that I like, and I like that it's just kind of weird as far as James Bond games go. There's something to it. But it's not as good as Midas 2049er. And it's definitely not as good as Paint a Momo Pie. I don't know, is it better than Cheeky Cheeky Tengoku? I think it might be. And I think Burai Fighter, I'd rather play the NES version of that. But it's not as good as Rebel Saver 2. Yeah, I'd say it belongs between those. So there we go. James Bond 007 and new number 56 on the list. Anyway, I'm going to go get myself a drink, so I will be back in a minute, so don't go away. I'm going to have to look into that. But yes. So, James Bond 007 is now on the list. And so with that, let's play some Dracula III for the Game Boy. See what this is about. From Konami, so you know it's going to be quality. Yes, and KCE Nagoya comes. This game! Oh, what's going on with the colours? Well, let's start. Oh, wait, does this also have a save feature? I didn't realise that. Yeah, I mean, it could have been worse, I guess. It's certainly been worse in the past. Oh, and the menus are in Japanese. Great. Okay. Yeah, so unfortunately here is this intro which I cannot read. It's not too much of a loss though. I have played this on stream before, a little bit, so I know what to expect with this one. And if you don't know what this game is, well, you'll see in a bit. Yes. The power of the Game Boy. Monochrome. Anyway, yeah. I do want to play at least another couple of games before I go for tonight. I want to keep going until at least 7 PM. Yep. Welcome to Castlevania Legends. So like I say, previously I've ranked the Castlevania Adventure. Sadly, I do not have Castlevania 2 Belmont's Revenge. I just don't have... Well, I mean, I have it on the... okay. Yeah, I do have it on the Switch. I don't have it... Oh, I forgot you can't attack up in this one. I was thinking of Castlevania 4. If only this could be that. Oh, and also pressing A and B at the same time does that. So, like I say, I've played this on stream before because this did get a release on the Switch. But it's really weird. So this was not released on the Castlevania collection. But it eventually was included on the Game Boy app. Like the Game Boy like online app thing they have. This is one of the games on it. So for all the people who wanted to play this on the Castlevania collection but couldn't, this is for them. And I've got to be honest, like, having played this on stream before, so, I mean, people may already know what I think of this one. Like, this is not a great game. As far as Castlevania goes, you would expect better for 1997. But it's still... yeah, you could definitely do worse, including on Game Boy. Yeah, the Game Boy couldn't handle vertical attacks. It also couldn't handle the ability to drop down the screen, because that inexplicably kills you, which doesn't make any sense. Like, what do you think this is? Ninja Gaiden 1? From, like, 1989. Like, this is literally 8 years after that. They should know better by this point. Yeah, like, this is a very minor entry in the series, let's be honest. I think even Castlevania Adventure has a bit more bearing on it. Okay. Let's try not to get killed by... see, like... because it's like, okay, I could have easily fallen down to the next screen, grabbed the rope, and not died. But the game was like, no. So it's losing points for that. Because that's just a stupid reason to die. I thought it was stupid in Ninja Gaiden. And that's a game that people do care about. Ninja Gaiden at least had the excuse of being somewhat early. But like I say, I mean, this was 1997, you know? So you expect... I guess that's the problem, is... the standards had increased a lot by then. You know, it's like... because, I mean, the issues with the original Castlevania Adventure, it's... you know, it's like, yeah, it's not a good game, but it's also one of the first games on Game Boy, and you can kind of tell, you know, it's that kind of thing where it was definitely a game of its time, and that maybe they should have put more time into developing, like wait until later, I guess. Yeah, that definitely doesn't help. So I think people played Symphony of the Night and was like, okay, well, why would I play this game? Even, you know, even if that wasn't a handheld game, it's still Symphony of the Night, you know. And of course, soon afterwards, they made the GBA games, which were also far more well-liked. I never got into those much, but I know that generally those are far better liked than this game, and certainly Castlevania Adventure as well. And again, like I say, is this better than Castlevania the Adventure? I guess that's the question. Because like I say, I don't think I'll get to rank Belmont's Revenge, unfortunately, because I just don't have that one. Not on Game Boy, anyway. Again, I have the Castlevania Collection, which has that game on it. But yeah, but like I say, since I've played this one on stream before, I probably won't play it for very long. So, what even are those things? I think they're supposed to be ghosts, but they look more like salamanders to me. Just flying salamanders. But it's kind of funny going from Simpsons to this, in a sense. Also, you get to do this. I forget what the point of this is. It's like, oh yeah, it's just, you go in here and it's just, now you're forced to... it's basically, you are greedy, go to torture room, but without the charm. It's like, okay, here's just a room that only exists to waste your health. Because the programmer was a git. Yeah. It's basically, okay, here's just a cheap way to die. Because the game designer was a git. It's like, why even program that into the game? It's like, why... like, that has to be like the most baffling game design choice in the whole thing. Unless there's something worse later on that I never got to. But it is stuff like that where I look at it and I'm like, well, but why? You know? It's just, I don't know. It's just stuff that was added into the game that actively makes it less fun to play. Like, something that Rare loved to do back in the day, let me tell you. And again, I mean, like, because I've played enough of Belmont's Revenge to know that, like, this is a notable step down from that. Just in terms of general quality, and even just basic game design. There are things that that game does that this doesn't. And there are things that this game does that it shouldn't do, but does anyway. Like, I don't know who, like, what team made Belmont's Revenge, but really, they're probably the team that should have been hired to make this. But I don't know, it does kind of have the feel of, you know, we wanted to rush out another Castlevania game while the original Game Boy is still viable. Like, before Game Boy Color comes out. I don't know, there's like a strange sort of third-rate feel to this particular game. Where it's like, Castlevania the Adventure wasn't a good game at all, but there was like a prestige feel to it. Just because it was so early. It's like, you can tell they were trying to do something new and interesting with the Game Boy hardware. It's like, well, you know, primitive hardware, we don't really know what to do with it yet, but we'll try to do something interesting. This is kind of like, well, we may as well just make a Castlevania game just to say we did it. I don't know. I guess that's the problem with it. It feels very inessential. And that's kind of one of the biggest problems with it. It's kind of, well, you know, you could play this game, but also it's 1997, and you could just play Super Mario Land 2, or Wario Land, or Symphony of the Night, or, you know, various other games where it's like, yeah, I don't really see much reason to play this game even at the time. And that's a problem. Especially when it's so underpowered. It's like, I don't know. Like, the game design is very backwards. Like, this game was made in 1997, but it could easily have been made in 1987. You know, especially when you have stuff like that, where it feels very sloppy. Which, again, in a way that, like, Castlevania 2 doesn't. As in the Game Boy Castlevania 2. Though I suppose the same also applies to the NES, which came out even before that. Yeah, I mean, it's mundane, but also just kind of dickish in places where it just feels unnecessary. It's like that whole room where you get dumped into the torture room for no reason. Like, stuff like that. Where it's like, well, why is this a thing? I don't know, it feels less like an official Castlevania game and more like if someone decided to make a Castlevania, like, fan game for Game Boy. Like, I don't know, it would probably feel like this. Like, someone who didn't really have much experience with designing games or anything like that. They just were like, it's like, well, you know, I'm a Castlevania fan, I want to make a tribute sort of thing. You know, it's got the feel of that. Like, this does not feel like something that should have been sold at retail. I mean, you look at the way the enemies fall like that, it just, again, just doesn't feel like a retail game at all. But it's weird. I don't know. It's a hard one to judge. But even, like, the soundtrack is, you know, like, it feels like a step down from Castlevania Adventure. Because, say what you want about that game, at least the soundtrack was top tier. I can say that for it. The soundtrack here is okay. But that's all it is. It's like, it is an entirely acceptable take on, like, classic Castlevania themes. But again, it's got that feel of, like, okay, this is what, like, a fan of Castlevania would make. like someone who knows a little bit about game design, but not a whole lot. I don't know, like Konami were very... It was weird what Konami were doing around this time. Like, they had all these different teams, and... Like, even on, like, PlayStation and Nintendo 64, their games varied so much in quality. And often the PlayStation versions would be noticeably better. You know, it's like you compare, I don't know, like their football games or track and field or whatever. And there's like a notable difference between them. And there are things about this I like. I mean, graphically it's quite good, to be fair. I mean, considering. Though, I'd say that's probably more in the cutscenes rather than the actual game. I mean, again, this game easily could have come out in like 1991, looking at it from a graphical standpoint. But, okay. Let's at least get to the boss, which I think is this screen? Is this the boss? Can't remember. Yeah, it is. Okay. I forget how the boss works. Okay, I'm trying to do that. Ah, here we go. Special move, go! I mean, I may as well use it now. Yeah, see, Konami games, they need to make their bosses a pain in the arse. Sometimes. I mean, this actually isn't that bad as far as that goes, at least not from as far as, like, into the games I got, anyway. Yeah, like, Contra was in a bad place around this time. Like, I don't know. I don't know what Konami was doing with their older franchises at this point. Like, I mean, Track and Field on PlayStation was great, to be fair. Like, it was very hit and miss when it came to those. You know, on the one hand you had, like, Track and Field, and on the other hand you had, like, Contra Legacy of War, which was terrible. I mean, to be fair, this is a better game than Contra Legacy of War, let's be honest. Well, at least they bring back these things from the previous games. But, like, the weird stack of skeleton heads. I never quite understood what that was about, but I always thought they looked cool anyway, so... I do like that you can walk while crouched, though. I don't think the previous games had that. I don't think, anyway. The NES game certainly didn't. Neither did Castlevania The Adventure. But yeah. I mean, Gradius was doing fine, to be fair. I mean, yeah, Contra Legacy of War, you want to talk about a bottom-tier game. Like, I'm trying to think of, like, what run-and-gun games were coming out at that time. Like, there was... What was that, that one game that came out on launch on PlayStation? Rapid Reload? I remember that game being kind of interesting. Yeah. Certainly far better than Contra Legacy of War, at least. But I can't think of many other 2D ones, because people were moving away from 2D at the time. I mean, I guess there was C, the Contra Adventure, but I seem to recall that game was also bad. Rogue Corpse. You know, I haven't played that one, but I have seen it, and it did not look great. I mean, what was the last really good Contra game? Like, Contra 4 was quite good, from what I remember. I do like that one. Kind of a shame that I don't have any of the Contra games on Game Boy. Like, it's really weird. You'd think that those would be quite common on multicarts, but I've just never... I don't have any multicarts for those games. And I do know that, at the very least, Contra 3, like the Game Boy version of Contra 3 is on multicarts. Okay, so it's got like a Boo from Super Mario World thing. They only move towards you if you're facing away from them. It's kind of interesting. Yeah, here we go. Oh, they move so fast though, it's hard to get the timing down. But like I say, I mean, presentation is okay, but again, you'd maybe expect better for when it came out. I mean, you look at the graphical effects in... I mean, hell, you compare this to the Flintstones game from earlier, that game actually looks way better than this, I think. And I'm not just saying that, like, literally... Like, legitimately, like, the graphical effects in that game... yeah, they really showed off what the Game Boy could do. And that was several years before this game was out, so... Yeah, I don't know. It's an odd one. Doesn't help your weapons aren't great. Again, it feels like it should have been a little bit more modernized. Like, if they'd taken more cues from, like, Castlevania 4, that would have been great. Yeah, it's amazing that I've played 2 Ocean games today that were surprisingly good. And then I play something like this, and I'm like, you know what? I wish I was playing the Flintstones right now. It's weird, but it's true. I'm like, you know what? This is no Flintstones. It's weird that I can say that and be entirely serious, but... yeah, that's just how it is. Okay, let me... get this set up for the next game. I'll use the same colour scheme because I think that will work best. But yeah, I mean, this is... I'm sorry, this game is no... It's no Flintstones. It just isn't, you know. It doesn't have Pac-Man. It doesn't have Space Invaders. It doesn't even have Snake. It's like, what are you doing, Konami? You know, you can't even do any cool background effects or anything? I don't know. But, I mean, is it better or worse than Castlevania The Adventure? You know, when I played it previously, I'm like, okay, this is way better than Castlevania The Adventure. Well, it's... okay, I can tell you right now, this is absolutely worse than Dead Alien. Dead Alien, while I'm not a fan, Dead Alien is a better game. You know, it's got just a more solid foundation to it. Plus, it was a much earlier game, and, you know, it serves its purpose well. Also, shout out to Don't Eat the Squid for the follow, by the way. I think they might have done that while the stream was down. Actually, no, it was while I was playing Castlevania, never mind. But yeah, this is definitely worse than Dead Alien. But is it worse than Castlevania The Adventure? Because Castlevania The Adventure had a much better soundtrack, but that only takes it so far. Like, as much as I love the soundtrack to that game, it doesn't have that much else going for it. Like, graphically, it's good for 1989. You know, it's about as good as you could expect from that game, and from that era. And Castlevania Legends is roughly the same quality in terms of graphics. It's a little bit better. There are some big sprites in it, but it's not that much better. It's certainly not an 8-year gap better. You know, Castlevania 2 is at least as good looking, and that was out in 1991, I think. So, yeah, you'd probably expect a lot more. The level designs are a bit more fully featured, but there are some serious flaws with them. Just like cheap sections that don't really need to be in there at all, and only exist to eat your time. And I don't know, it just doesn't feel great. You know, the controls are okay, but again, probably should have been modernized more than they were. And as far as the gameplay goes, it feels behind the times. Castlevania The Adventure, on the other hand, it's like, it's not a good game, but that's, you know, it was also one of the first games on Game Boy. So the problems of that game, you could kind of excuse it on sort of when it was made, you know, the development team being inexperienced, because it was still a new piece of hardware at that time. You know, the level designs in that game were fine. Largely. I don't really complain about the level designs in that game. They're not necessarily on the level of the NES games, but they're fine for what they are. But the game was also bastard hard. And the character was too slow, but I think if you were to play the Game Boy Color version, it might be a little bit better. Yeah, I mean, Castlevania The Adventure, I mean, it definitely had more originality to it, a little bit. Like, if only for the soundtrack, it's got that going for it. This is a really tough... Okay, this is a lot tougher than I thought it would be. Okay, if I had to play one of these games again, which one would I go for? I really don't know. Because I don't like either of them, but for somewhat different reasons. I mean, if I had to play one again, I'd probably go for Castlevania The Adventure, because at least it's a more interesting kind of bad. And it's a more fixable kind of bad. Like, I would be more willing to play the Game Boy Color version of that game rather than go back to Castlevania Legends. It's a more interesting game, and I think the color version does improve it slightly at least. I think it's worse than Master Karateka. Again, I mean, that was a very early game. It's got something to it. You know, it's got that, like, RPG system that I do... Like, you know, the point system for the abilities. I find that kind of interesting. I think I'd rather play Master Karateka. It's not worse than Kiora-chan Land, though. Like, I draw the line there. Like, that is the flaw. It's a little bit worse than Castlevania The Adventure, but not much worse, to be fair. So, with that in mind, a sub top 100 game couldn't make the top 100. But, maybe we can expect better from Yo Boy Donkey Kong. What do you think? Goodbye. You know, I feel like I need to be a little bit more charitable to Castlevania Legends. Oh no. Let's do it. Super Donkey Kong 3 on the Game Boy. Are you enjoying the soundtrack yet? Also, yeah, good luck even reading that. Like, even if you can read Japanese... Like, look at how blurry that is. Okay, so you got this amazing map screen. Okay. So, welcome to Super Donkey Kong 3 for the Game Boy Monochrome. I was about to say Game Boy Color, but it's not. So, yes. So we will be seeing some unlicensed games on the Game Boy, and this is one of them. So I actually have quite a few. We have seen a few already from Saturn, as well as just, you know, various homebrew titles. So yes, back in 1997, or whatever year this was. Yeah, so this was, what, 1997, 1998? I don't know exactly when, but... Yeah, this was made by a company called Makon, who you may be familiar with, and if you're not, well, the soundtrack should give you some indication as to the level of quality we're dealing with for this one. But, you know, I'd say it's okay. Okay. Oh, but hey, you got ladder climbing, or rope climbing, whatever. So, I have actually beaten this game before, for the record. The best playing game. Oh, you'll see. I'll be the judge of that one. But hey, I've got an extra life at least, so, you know, I'm glad they programmed those into the game. You know, I'd say, so far this is okay. You think? Oh, I guess I can't get that because I already got one earlier. You know, I've got to be honest, graphically, I mean, aside from the blurry text at the beginning, this looks fine for Game Boy, though I do find it amusing on the title screen. They use a picture of Diddy Kong in a plane, even though this is based on Donkey Kong Country 3, which doesn't have Diddy Kong in it. Also, like, I just, like, passed through the enemy. Don't know what happened there. Oh. Oh, also... Yeah, this is really weird. So, okay, so he plays Baby Kong. I think that was his name, wasn't it? But yeah, Baby Kong, Candy Kong, or whatever the other one was called. No, Dixie Kong, I think. I forget. It's been a while since I've played Donkey Kong Country 3. But yeah, you only play as Baby Kong, which is an interesting choice for sure. And again, like, Diddy Kong appears on the title screen, even though he's not actually in the game. Yeah, you don't really get to see Kiddy Kong much. I don't know. But here we go, level 2. Let's do it. But hey, I mean, honestly, I mean, it's kind of functional. You know, I mean, I would say so far it is okay. It's kind of slow compared to, you know, Donkey Kong Country 3. And I do find it kind of interesting that this game even exists, considering that, you know, they were doing Donkey Kong Land on Game Boy, like, they had that series. Maybe this game predates Donkey Kong Land 3? Maybe they were just like, oh yeah, they're not going to make a third one, we'll just cash in on that. I don't know. I may as well try to go for the extra lives. Also, they really do pour out the extra lives in this. Yeah. You know, I feel like maybe I'm giving them extra credit. Can you jump on the bees? No, isn't that? I mean, to be fair, you couldn't in the original game, so I kind of figured as such, but I wanted to be sure. Oh! Okay, that was my fault. I jumped forward when I probably should have gone back. Yeah, I suppose there is that. You know, Japan did not get Donkey Kong Land 3 in monochrome. Was it Game Boy Color exclusive over there? Or did it just have Game Boy Color support? I don't know which. But yeah, I remember finding this game on this cartridge, because I bought this online. And I was like, oh no, there's more Macinsoft games? You know, I felt like I just opened Pandora's box upon finding this game's existence. And I was the one who helped get this game dumped, so, you know, you want to play this game? Give your regards to Uncle JP. And I think Taizo was the one who actually dumped the ROM. I think. You have to check that just to be sure. But I'm pretty sure he was the one who did that. Also, wait. So the bee is in a different place to last time, because I thought they were right next to each other. Not really sure what's going on there, but no, we'll carry on. Hold on. Ah! This is how you do it. I mean, I'll miss out on the bananas, but it's easier to dodge the bees. I forget what the bees were called, but I don't remember a lot of the enemy names. I remember Naughty, who was one of the bosses. So there's like some weird momentum in this, which was common in Macinsoft titles. It's a lot less prevalent in this game than it is in most of their other ones, I think. Because there's no letter up here, that's weird. So I do like the fact that the screen scrolls at the same speed that you do. That's one of the things I didn't like about Donkey Kong Land, was the fact that you could scroll... Basically, you moved faster than the screen scrolled, and that was annoying. So oftentimes you would just get unfair deaths by, like, scrolling below where the screen is. Okay, did I get a barrel earlier? I guess I must have done. But yeah, so that's one thing this does better than Donkey Kong Land. I will... Oh, okay, that was weird. I'll give him at least a little bit of credit. But yeah, there is, like, weird inconsistencies in these Macinsoft games, it has to be said. The Rockman 5-in-1 multicart, I wasn't even aware that was a thing. I mean, I've got a multicart that has all of the Mega Man games on it, and we will take a look at that at some point. Because I'm going to have to cover those eventually. Okay, how do I avoid getting hit here? This is a good question. Oh no. Hold on, actually, can I duck? Yes, but I don't know if that actually does anything. Oh. Oh! I'll be honest, the controls in this game aren't actually that bad. You would expect worse, basically. Though... oh, okay, that was bad timing on my part. I'm trying to figure out what the timing even is. It's really weird you don't change to a Dixie Kong or whoever it is. Okay, can I walk under this bee? Yes, okay. It's hard to tell from the graphics, but... Oh! Okay, that's a problem. It's like, nope, there's just this bee here. But hey, at least the map screen actually does something in this one, a little bit. It's like, hey, you beat a level. So they really do just dish out extra lives in this one. As long as I keep collecting bananas, I'll be fine. Well, I suppose fine in one sense. And yes, I do have the sound turned down. Maybe you've got the sound turned up on your end. But oh yes, Makon is in the house. Actually, does anyone know who published this game? Was it Kasheng or was it someone else? Because I don't know if Kasheng published all of the Makon games or not. But like, there were so many Donkey Kong Country bootlegs back in the day. You know, there was Donkey Kong Country 4 on Famicom. For a second I thought I got hit. No, turns out that was just the idle animation. Never mind. Ooh. How do I get past this? Like that. Okay. Yeah, I mean, the level design is... I guess it's kind of pedestrian in a similar way to the Castlevania game I just played. But again, I mean, it works. You know. And you know, saying that something in a Makon game works, well... when you see their other games, you will understand that, for their standards, it's kind of high praise to say that. But hey, I got 8 lives now. We're in business. It's almost as if this game had some thought in the level design. Oh. Oh! Okay. For a second I thought I crashed into the bee. But it turns out I did not. This game isn't quite Super Mario 64 levels of sadism. I think if you were to turn off the volume, if you were to mute the game, you could probably pass this off as a real Game Boy game, almost. Oh no, here we go. Okay. Oh! Okay, so I can run here at least. Oh. Okay, so avoid the bee. Ooh. Okay. Okay, might as well collect the N while I'm here. I swear I've played at least one Donkey Kong bootleg where they, like, forgot to put one of the letters. One of the levels you can only collect the first 3 letters because they forgot to program the G into it. And it's not this game, in case you're wondering. See, there were other Donkey Kong Country bootlegs on Game Boy. There was, you know, the legendary Donkey Kong 5, The Journey of Overtime in Space. I wish I had that game. I wish I had a copy of that, but I do not, sadly. So yeah, I feel like the barrels in this game are a liability, just because the animation for throwing them is so slow. And it is slightly weird that if you... So if you have, like, the spare hit, you can't click the OK barrel. Oh no! Well, I may as well go back and get the barrel, I suppose. Oh. Okay, apparently they go all the way to the bottom of the screen. Here we go, let's try that again. Ugh! Oh wait, you can jump with the barrel, I forgot about that. Yeah, I'm amazed they even programmed that into this game. I mean, considering what I'm working with. Yeah, I mean, the graphics in this are fine. They did do a colour version of this that looks kind of garish. Though still not the worst that they've done. But yeah, it's kind of funny. Like, these games tend to look fine when you play them in monochrome. It's when you put them in colour when it becomes a problem. Because they did not know how to use the Game Boy Color hardware, like, at all. So what is going on with the fish? Well, at least the swimming in this is pretty easy. Yeah, as long as I keep doing this, I'm fine. Yeah. it is kind of weirdly functional in a way that some of the other games aren't. And you will see what I mean. Trust me on this. I mean, I think you've already seen, if you've watched the Game Boy Color streams, I do have other Macinsoft games that I will need to take a look at eventually. Ugh! Okay. It is kind of weird that you jump straight up in the air, though. Not really sure what that is. I'm not so sure about these, like, bleepy MIDI tunes, though. Though, I am reminded, actually, of, there's a game on Game Boy Color called Armada FX Racers, which is an official game that seems to have been made by some of the former Saturn staff, which is kind of interesting. Just somehow they got to work on an officially licensed Game Boy Color game. I don't remember that game being particularly interesting, it's just kind of like a, you know, fairly standard... Oh. A fairly standard overhead... Okay, I got stopped by something now. What was that? Okay, let's try this again. What is going on? Why can't I go past this bit? Oh, okay. Okay, I have to jump over the invisible barrier. Okay, I'm not sure what that's about. Also, if anyone particularly wants me to turn the game up, you're welcome to do so. Oh! Okay, I ain't gonna fall for no Kremlin! I'm better than that. Ooh. Do you think King K. Rool's gonna be in it? Well, actually, I don't think he was in the third one anyway. Who even was the villain in Donkey Kong Country 3? I don't know. He replaced Rockman 8 with Jimmy White's cue ball. Yeah, I wish there was a multicard out there that had Jimmy White's cue ball on it. I'd play it. Sadly, I do not have that one, if such a thing exists. Okay, so he is in the third one. I couldn't remember if they changed it for that one. Because I'm like, well, you know, since neither Donkey nor Diddy Kong are in the third game, maybe they changed it up a bit. Okay, so here's level 4. So here's where they add the moving platforms. The infamous Macinsoft moving platforms. Let's see if these even work properly. Because these things are kind of notorious in some of the other games. Oh! I forgot about this! Yeah, you get to turn into... I was going to say espresso. That wasn't the elephant, was it? I think espresso was the ostrich. Was this a different elephant to the one that was in the first game? I don't know. Like I said, I don't remember the third game very well. I need to go back and play that one properly. I don't know. Like the SNES is a console that I'm not especially well versed in. And I feel like I need to play it more at some point. Because I know that there are a lot of great games on it, I just never played a lot of them. But you know what? I give this game points for having this elephant character in it. Like, acknowledging the animal helper characters. Because, you know, I wouldn't have expected that. Especially not 4 levels in. So you know what? It may not have Dixie Kong, but at least they have the animal buddies. Yeah, I mean, I'm definitely more of a Mega Drive fan than I am SNES. I like both consoles, but if I had to choose between them, I would personally go for Mega Drive. The games just appeal to me more. Plus, I love the packaging on Mega Drive games. Like the plastic cases. I just think it great. Though actually, it's funny, because that game shop that I was in earlier that I mentioned, they had a copy of Universal Soldier, which was one of the unlicensed... What was it? It was one of the unlicensed, like, Accolade games, like, before they got a license from Sega from the whole court case they had. But, you know, playing this again, I'm really starting to get the impression that this was actually the first game that Macinsoft made with this engine. Because it feels like the game was designed for this engine, and then they just... Like, they tried to retrofit it with other IPs, and it just didn't work. That genuinely is what it feels like. Because this actually functions properly. Like, the moving platforms seem to work okay. The controls are... You know, I mean, they're not necessarily good. It doesn't control as well as the real Donkey Kong Game Boy games. But I've got to be brutally honest. I think this controls better than Castlevania: The Adventure. it's not quite as slow. And I know that may be a crazy statement to say, but I'm sticking to that. I will stick to that. Oh, oops. Do I only get the one hit? Oh, okay, I got 2 hits. Wonderful. That's weird. So you don't lose the animal health when you get hit. You just remain as that for the whole level. That's interesting. He just turns back into Kitty at the end of the level. There we go. We win! And that's the whole game. It just ends with this screen. Just, you know, you got this one ending screen that's literally just taken from the box art for the game. Just, yep, here's a scanned photo of the box art, or picture, whatever. Go home, kids! And that's it. Oh no, sorry, no, I'm getting mixed up. So yeah, they just mirrored the image, I think, and just edited it slightly for the title screen. No, when I said the whole thing about Diddy Kong on the title screen, I was thinking of the Game Boy Color version of this, where they changed the title screen and did some really bad colorization job. But anyway, I'll spare your ears at this point. So there we go. That is Super Donkey Kong 3. How do I rank this one? I mean, it's a Makon soft game, so, you know, I don't think it's beating Bubble Ghost or Tetris. You know, it's not quite on the level of those. I mean, is it as good as Mr. Chin's Gourmet Paradise? I'm not entirely sure. Yeah, I mean, it's worse than Wild Snake. It's not quite as good as Space Invaders, you know, like even the Japanese version. You know, it's not as good as Painter Momo Pie. It's not as good as James Bond 007. It's worse than Cool Ball. It's worse than Wizards and Warriors Chapter 10. It's definitely worse than Versus Battler. But then, I don't know. I'd have to think about that. Is it worse than Castlevania Legends? Okay, I'm just saying that to annoy people. Yes, it is. Castlevania Legends, I feel, is a more competent game in a sense. Though this game is surprisingly functional. Like, it works. You know, like it's entirely playable. You wouldn't necessarily want to play it, but it works. And, yeah, it's like... I don't know. It's like comparing, you know, eating a lemon to eating, like, the turf. Like, eating wet cement. Let's say that. You know, it's not something you want to do, but, you know, you could do it. It's not going to leave you with any serious medical conditions afterwards. But, yeah, it's worse than Castlevania Legends. I think it's worse than Castellian. I've got to be brutally honest, though. It's better than Escape from Camp Deadly. Escape from Camp Deadly was genuinely a lot less fun than that. Like, because that game was just like, no. Like, Escape from Camp Deadly, like, I was having anti-fun playing that game. This game is not good, but if you play it with the sound off, it's not that bad. It's bad, but it works. You know, it's got the animal buddy. You know, they've at least got that in there. The controls, you know, they're not as good as Donkey Kong Land, but they work okay enough. They're workable. You know, it doesn't take that much time to get used to. The graphics are fine. You know, I can't really complain about the graphics, other than that blurry bit of text at the beginning. Yeah, it's a better game than Camp Deadly. Camp Deadly was far more annoying to play. I guess there's more to that game, but I don't want to play far enough into the game to get to those points. I just don't want to do it. I beat the game once. I have no desire to return to it. It's like, yeah. Is this game better than Amida, though? No, it's worse than Amida. Amida, I feel, was overall just a little bit better. It wasn't good, but there's at least the seed of an interesting game in there. Yeah, I'm going to put it between Amida and BS's Escape from Camp Deadly. Congratulations, Imagineering, you're officially worse than a Macinsoft game. Yeah, I feel a sense of... I'm not going to say righteousness, but it's like I'm metaphorically giving the finger to all of the games below this point. Okay, let's play at least one more game, and then we'll probably come back to the rest of these games some other time. So, yeah, last game we're going to do for today. It's going to be Felix the Cat. Actually, hold on, let me get the right colour scheme for this, because I want good colours. Because Felix the Cat, I feel, is worth it. What's a good colour scheme? I think this will do. Oh yes, the revelations are here. Yeah, have you ever played the version of this where they... So, you know they actually re-released this game recently. Which is kind of interesting, because... like, they re-released both this and the NES game. And it's mostly the same, except they took out Poindexter, because they don't own the copyrights to that character. They own the copyrights to Felix the Cat and everything else, just not that specific character, which is kind of weird. But here we go. Felix is in the house. Ooh. You know what? I'm always down with some Felix the Cat, let me tell you. Yeah, here we go. Here he is with his star power, going up against that tree trunk boss from Silent Assault. The classic Saturn game. Yeah, I mean, you know what? Like, Felix the Cat is a good game. It just is. You know, it's one of those games where I'm like, you know what? I can just play it and have a good time. And that's definitely not something I could say for like half of the other games I've played today. Let's be honest. Do you get the tank in this one? I know you do in the NES version. It's kind of funny too, because funnily enough, this game actually did get a bootleg on the Famicom. Yeah, it was the Dragon Co. Felix Cat game. That is not a good game. It's also one of the most pointless games I can think of, because it's like, well, you can just play Felix the Cat on the NES anyway. Like, the real one. It's like, why would you play a bootleg version of it when the legitimate version is on the same hardware? It's like, why did they even try that? It's like... But then again, I suppose you could say the same thing for the Donkey Kong Country Free bootleg I just played, where, you know, you have Donkey Kong Land Free, which I haven't even played, but I guarantee you it's a better game. But we'll have a go with this. I have played through this one before. I don't know, I like this game. But I do remember this being noticeably cut down from the original. Because the original had, I think, 9 worlds, and I think this one only has 6. So while this is not a filler game, it is still cut down from the original. Which is interesting, because DuckTales is not. So, I don't know, it's a bit odd. Also, it's got that kind of health system from Adventure Island 2. I mean, it's similar to that, in a sense. But yeah, the re-release, I mean, I don't know if there are any differences other than replacing one of the characters. I mean, I know that they removed a cigar from one of the characters, I think. Which is kind of surprising they even made it to the NES version to begin with. Oh god, Keanu Reeves. You think you go with John Wick? You saw it. You saw the hacker. Oh, oops. I do like when you attack with a car, it just says, like, Bow! Bow nose. There we go. Tank power go. See, the tank attack isn't as good. It goes in an arc, and is also slower, but, you know, it's also an extra hit, so you may as well have it. If you get hit, you turn back into the car anyway. Oh, come on, how do you make that jump? It's like, yep, gotta do this pixel-perfect jump at the second level of the game. I don't know what that's about. I don't remember there being any jumps like that in the NES version. Or maybe there were, and I just forgot. I don't think there were. I don't think that was in it. Okay. I'm trying to rack up on the power-ups again. On tank power, go! I'm gonna get an M. Here we go, M. So what does the M mean? Is that just milk? It's like milk tokens? I'm gonna collect bottles of milk points. Oh, you sod. Yeah, I forgot those things actually do spit things at you because they're bastards. Okay, you can die. I'm better than you. Okay, I am Felix the Cat, therefore I'm better. Okay, cat power, go. Okay, you want to try to argue with pink jelly? I don't think so. I swear the NES version just gives out extra lives like nothing. I'm not so sure about this version, though. Oh god, like... So you have, like, 2 pixels to make that jump. That's bullshit. Okay, I do not remember this jump being in the NES version at all. It's like, we made the game too easy, what do we do? Just throw an impossible jump early on. Well, I say impossible, I've done it before, but... Yeah, if I can beat a Macinsoft game and not this, I'll be upset. It's like, yeah, it turns out my real skills were in playing, like, bootleg tat the whole time. Also, oh, the slowdown. Bao Qing Tian. I mean, it's interesting, but it's not especially playable. I don't know. Like, the platforming in that game doesn't really work, and neither does the combat, really. It's one of those games where it tries to do 2 things and does neither of them well. That's my take on Bao Qing Tian. But I do love the cutscenes. Like, that's a game that is worth playing for the cutscenes, or at least worth watching for it. Watching it play for it. So, what is the positioning for this jump? It's like after literally... Look at that, I was literally off the platform and I missed the jump. What is this jump? Why is this here? Again, the NES version definitely did not have any jumps this hard. It's like, oof. Like, am I missing something? Like, is it like, oh, you hold up and you can do a high jump? I don't think this has that. Yeah, maybe if the jumps went bullshit, I could do this. Yeah, you know what? Yeah, you know what? Fuck this bottom of the list. Also, okay, that passed right through that enemy. I call bullshit. Okay, you know what, Hudson? You need to fix your hit detection. Look at that, it literally passes through the enemy half the time. Unless that enemy is just has like iframes. And the game just doesn't telegraph it properly. It's like, ooh. Yeah, I'm getting a Super Mario Land moment from this game. So look at that, it's like pixel-perfect jumping. Like, what the fuck is this? So yeah, we're going to put a pixel-perfect jump in a Felix the Cat game. It's totally what the kids want. Ugh. Oh yeah, and because the game designer was a piece of shit, forcing you to redo the whole level if you die. Oh, now they give me a checkpoint. It's like, oh, you have to make that bullshit jump to get a checkpoint. Yeah, I'd say that sums it up pretty well. There we go. Okay, well, we're done. Oh, this background. I forgot you can walk on these. Okay. Oh, here we go. The magical plate attack. Got it. Why does he throw plates? Or are they discuses? Is that a word? Discuses? I don't know. I'm not sure about this face. I don't know how I feel about that. Okay, I feel like at this point I'm just going to farm power-ups and hope for the best. Also, I swear on the NES version of this, some of these bags would take you to a further point in the level. But on this version they don't. Okay, here we go. Or is that just like a walking hat? What's going on with that? Yeah, definitely gonna farm the power-ups, I think. Might need that at this rate. The rate I'm playing. Ooh. Yeah. Well, Plato knows best. Or is it Homer? I don't know. I have no idea what I'm talking about. I'm just speaking gibberish, because that's what I'm best at. Here we go. My star power will save the day! Okay. Yeah, I'm not so sold on the hit detection in this game. I've got to be brutally honest, I genuinely think the last game had better hit detection than this. I can't believe I'm saying that, but it's true. Because it worked consistently in that game. Whenever I jumped on an enemy, it worked. Unless it was a bee, but you know. It's kind of how it works in that game anyway. Or how it's supposed to work. Okay. I like how awkwardly placed the bag is. Okay, here we go. Oh, these faces are always a pain to deal with. Like, what even are they? It's just here's just a face in the wall. Here we go. Oh, no, that worked. So you have the... What was the cat's name? It wasn't Honey, was it? Might be thinking of Silent Fighters. Here we go. Oh, here we go. Pop... Man with the pop gun. So yeah, I think he has a cigar, which is something I didn't notice until they edited it recently. There we go. I did it! I am the greatest. Except for that part where I kept missing the jump, but you know, just ignore that detail. I do miss the cutscenes, though. Oh. For a second I thought I was about to fall into a pit. Not quite. I mean, to be fair, the soundtrack to this one is pretty good. I think this came out a bit after Adventure... Oh, okay. Yeah, this came out a bit after Adventure Island 2, and it does show, presentation-wise, like, it looks and sounds a bit better than that game. I mean, I'm not entirely sure this is the best colour scheme for this game, but it will do. See, these enemies are a pain to deal with when you don't have any power-ups. Okay, here we go. Here we go, farm power-ups and hope for the best. Car power, go! The power of the bow. Oh. If only I had Donatello's bow from Ninja Turtles on the NES. Also, the lack of checkpoints is a bastard. I guess the game was short enough that they didn't really need them, but I don't know. Definitely could have done with it for that bullshit jump earlier. I don't know. The controls feel just that little bit off. Which I think is why I keep missing the jumps. It's like, it's hard to tell where you're supposed to stand in order to do the jumps. It's like you have to walk slightly off the platform, and that just feels incorrect. But you shouldn't have to do that. Also, like, you look at the slowdown too, like, it really does not help. Because, I mean, like, the NES version did not have slowdown like this. So they just tried to take a NES game and convert it to Game Boy without really trying to account for the hardware limitations. And it's a problem. Because, I mean, you look at how slow it is when you've got, like, 2 enemies on screen, and it just chugs. It seems to be a pretty common problem with Game Boy, unfortunately. I mean, I could probably do this if not that bullshit jump at the beginning of the first level. Or in the first level, whatever. You know, I don't think this game got released in Japan until recently. Even though it was made there, so I don't know what's going on with that. No, apparently that doesn't work. Fine. How do you think this compares to Uncle Pooh? Think this is better? But... Ugh! No! What's it doing? Okay, I need this. Of course it refuses to give me a power-up. Wonderful. Okay, there it is. Oh, it fills it up very slightly as well. Fine, I guess I'll just speed run to the exit then. Ooh, delay this attack there. Give me that. Hooray! Now I've got the straight shot. Wonderful. There we go. There is no comparison. Doesn't matter how good or bad the other game is, it's just, you just can't compare it. It's like comparing apples and oranges. Or chocolate oranges to the Taj Mahal. So this is the swimming level, isn't it? Oh yeah, I like this. Yeah, just... the instant you let go of the D-pad, he just falls asleep. I do find that funny. I do have to give the game points for that. Oh! Oh! Okay. Like, how do you dodge that? Like, you can't even go underwater? Which is something you could do in the Donkey Kong bootleg, incidentally. They could do it in that game, they can't do it in this. I'm sorry, if Macinsoft can do it, anyone can. I'm just saying. Yeah. See, a lot of this game is just gingerly trying to avoid the enemies, and, like, that's not fun. You know, it's good when you have the power-ups, but as soon as you lose the power-ups, it just becomes a pain in the arse. It's one of those games. It's like... it's kind of like Gradius in that sense. When you lose the power-ups, you just turn the game off at that point, because it's pointless. It's like, well, why would I play this when I can just play, you know, Mr. Chin's Gourmet Paradise? Also, I swear, you get extra lives way more in the NES version of this. Maybe they figured that was a problem. Like, yeah, we're gonna take all the extra lives away for the Game Boy version. I think that's what happened. I remember in the NES version, I'd have at least like a dozen lives when I beat it. But in this version, they're like, no. Oh, here we go. Yeah, I remember in the Famicom bootleg version of this level, they literally don't give you enough time to beat it. So you literally have to die to beat that level. But that's Dragon Co's fault. Yeah. Has nothing to do with this. I can't remember who made this version. It was like Shimada Kikaku who did the NES version. I can't remember who did this one. Oh, here we go. Submarine is in... this weird face submarine. I don't know what's going on with that. I'm not sure if I like this face. Okay. So when did we get to go into space? I always wanted you to go into space, man. Intergalactic Christ. It's kind of funny, I've just been watching the reruns of the Top of the Pops that go out. It's kind of amazing just how long Spaceman was at #1. Let alone the fact that it got to #1 in the first place. A song that features lyrics like, I killed your sister, I killed your mother, I killed you all. And, the sickening taste of homophobic jokes, images of fascist votes. Which is like literally the pre-chorus. Okay, I'm gonna save these icons in case I get hit. I did say balloon? Hold on, I need to see that. Oh. I swear that said balloon. Maybe I misread that. Ooh, here we go. Round 5. Ah, here we go. This is it. Oh, that's right, yeah, you have the, like, auto-scroller level. I forgot about this. And I don't think you get any upgrades on this one. Like, you're just stuck with this ship. If you get hit at all, you die. But yeah, we're already coming towards the end of the game. Like I say, this game is short. Yep, every game's got to have an auto-scroller, especially on handhelds. Like, even, like, the Game Gear version of the first Sonic game had an auto-scrolling level in it. Yeah, I'm not sure... Well, I suppose I can get an extra life from these icons if I get another 10. I might deliberately hold it at 99, so I don't remember if I start with the upgrades when I go to the next level or not. I don't remember how long this level is. I don't think it's that long, but I don't know. I mean, this is fine, but as long as I don't get hit by those things, I should be okay. But yeah, collect these icons and... Ah, here we go, we're at the end of the level. Wonderful. Okay. Yes, Sega would do that too. If it was on a Sega console. Here we go, round 6, let's do it. So I think we have to fight the evil Doctor Man at the end of this. Okay, that was just bad timing on my part. Okay, let's do this properly. There we go. I could beat a Macinsoft game, I could beat this. This is where I find out that I can't beat this. I don't remember how you meant to dodge these boulders though. I think you just do this and it works. I do remember there being one that's particularly awkward to dodge though, sort of later on. If I remember this level the way I remember it. If I remember it correctly. If the method by which I choose to remember this level is the correct method, then that's going to be a problem later on. Maybe that's only the NES version, though. I don't know. Also, that just looks like a Pac-Man ghost. Ugh! Okay, I don't want this bit. Okay, well I got the car at least, so... Start. Ugh. This feels slightly off trying to land on, like, precise platforms, though. It's a bit of finicking about. I don't even care if that's not a verb, I'm gonna say it is anyway. I swear the horn just occasionally passes through enemies. But, okay, here we go. Last level, let's do it. 6-2. Oh. Ugh. Okay. You know, it's amazing that nothing has been nearly as hard as that one jump in the first level. Okay, how do I... Okay. That's how you do it. It's the secret. Okay, well, I'm not going that way, so that it's not worth it for one token. Here we go. I know that the level designs are pretty similar to what they are in the NES version. Like, this is similar to one of the last levels, at least. I don't know if it's the last level or if it's like the penultimate one or whatever. But it's something like that. Ugh. God, I think I have to go this way anyway. Is he spit like an American football at me? What's going on? The professor, famed for his affinity for hand egg. I do like the horn sound though. It's pretty good. Ooh. Okay, it was bad timing, but I got away with it. It's like, I swear that projectile has way less range than it looks like it should. Okay, here we go. Yeah. Not especially useful. Yeah, I'm just going to rely on the car horn. Because the, hold on. Does the boss regain all of his health when you go into those? I really hope not. If the game is that much of a dick that it does that, then it'd be like, life is lemon and I want my money back. Felix's magic bag is coming to save the town. The town that happens to be in space. Ooh. It's alright. Do it for Jazzman! Do it so we can write a spherical song. I don't remember how many hits this boss takes. So, does the boss, like, regain all of its health if you go into the bags to try to get health? I don't know. I'm not sure how it works in this game. Because the problem is they don't actually show you your health, but okay, I think that's it. That is the game. Yeah, it'll be 2 games a day, that's pretty good. Especially when one of them is Makon soft. But, okay. I think we're done. Yeah, there we go. Felix the Cat wins the day again. And that's it, just ends. I mean, it's still more of an ending than Super Donkey Kong 3 at least. It's, you know, you get multiple screens instead of just one. But yes, thank you. Thank you for... You did it and the... Congratulations. Yes. But, that is the whole game. Does it go back to the title screen? I don't know. I don't think it does, actually. So with that in mind, where does Felix the Cat go on this list? Well, also, yeah, the Liar Special. I think that sums that one up pretty well. But anyway. It's better than Super Donkey Kong 3. You know, I will say that for it. You know, it's, you know, controls somewhat better. It's got that bullshit jump at the beginning, but other than that, I don't know. Yeah, I think it just stays on the end screen forever. But yeah, it's better than Super Donkey Kong 3. It's better than Castlevania The Adventure. As far as platforms go, it's definitely better than Wizards and Warriors Chapter 10. It's better than Kung Fu Master. It's better than Hyper Load Runner. But is it better than DuckTales? Because on the NES, it's kind of, you know, it's a situation like Adventure Island 2, where if we were talking about the NES versions, DuckTales would win easily. But we're not talking about the NES versions. The game is noticeably cut down in length. But, you know, it plays fine. You know, looks okay, sounds okay. You know, there's not a whole lot wrong there. I think really the only noticeable cut down is that the game is shorter and it's missing the cutscenes. But there's not that much wrong with it, really. I mean, it's better than DuckTales. I think it's a little bit better than Adventure Island 2. You know, it's got that extra year or so of expertise in the game development. And I think that gives it an edge over Adventure Island 2. It's better than Spot. It's better than the Wild Snake. It's not better than Tennis. I like Tennis a little bit more than this. Like, Tennis I felt was just a little bit more solid. And I don't know. It's like I would rather play the Game Boy version of Tennis over the NES version. But I wouldn't play the Game Boy version of Felix the Cat over the NES version. So I'm gonna, yeah, put it between these two. I'd say that's pretty good. Pretty good game. And that will be the end of the stream, but as a preview of what's to come, I am not done with this multicart yet. There are other games that we will get to, namely Snoopy 2, Tasmania 2, Xenon 2, and Goal. You think there are going to be some true classics coming up? Well, do you really think so? Snoopy 2. Just nothing says quality like a name like that. I mean, you've also got... So, taking a look at the filler games on this. So, Side Pocket, Super Mario Land, Flipple, Battle City, Tetris, Master Caretaker, Bomb Jack, Pop-Up, Space Invader, just the one, Penguin Land, James Bond again, Ghost Town, Gorilla Land, The Felix, and Smart Dog. Yeah, I'll bet these are all different. Oh, is Tasmania just Tasmania Story? You will see on the next stream. But, you know, I want to see James Bond. Did this keep my save file? Because obviously it's the same game. The Felix. Nope, it didn't save it. Yeah, so I don't think there is a battery saving this. Or if it is, it doesn't work. But anyway, I will leave you all to your evening. And I can happily report that Versus Battler is almost out of the top 100. It's almost there. This next stream will push it over the line. You know, it is currently residing at the number 100 spot. So we've almost made it. Anyway, until then, I hope to see you later, people. See you.